Alrighty. It is May 16th, 2022. Of course, if you are watching this after the fact, please be sure to click on my channel, so that way you may be able to find more recent videos and or live streams that'll be talking about more current weather. Today we just have a really nice severe weather risk, a big wind risk across much of the eastern United States. And a couple metropolitan areas are in severe thunderstorm watches. We also have intermittently a couple tornado warnings that we can expect here today. So without further ado, let us go ahead and get straight into it, shall we? Wrong one, I swear. That's the start of the stream. It skipped it. What is this? All right, well, let's try that again. All right. Things never go right here on this channel. It never does. All right, so let's try that again. By the way, this is May 16th, 2022. All right. So, this is live right now, and we're getting ready. Here we go. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another live coverage of severe weather here today, as we do have quite the expansive risk for severe weather here across portions of the Mid-Atlantic into the Northeast. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm watches that have been issued right now, including two major metropolitan areas of Philadelphia and New York into portions of Long Island as well. So, areas over there, even further towards Stamford and Bridgeport, they're also in the severe thunderstorm watch. Hartford's in the severe thunderstorm watch. We have places near Allentown that's also in the severe thunderstorm watch. They are actually about to get hit. And places near Scranton and Binghamton that have already been hit, or at least are about to be hit. So this is going to be something that we're going to watch out for pretty closely, especially with how expansive this risk is here today. But if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram if you haven't already. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube. So once again, we are covering a lot of severe weather here today. There's already been a lot of severe weather that has occurred earlier, I should say. And I've just been feeling pretty drowsy and whatnot and stuff like that. But it is May. It is May, and we are getting into the more active time periods of severe weather here. So we might as well try and make the most of it by trying to cover as much as we possibly can to try and make sure that everyone is safe. So one thing that I do want to say before we do continue with the live stream is that this possibly could be the last live stream that you see with this background, all right? No more bed, no more background, no more what's its face with that all over there, okay? The room is all painted. The room has been set up. There is a couch in there already. There's a stand for me. There's other stuff and whatnot, all right? So we have all the stuff that is ready for me to go ahead and move stuff into that room. All I need to do is just do it, all right? So this possibly could be the final live stream that we have with this background, okay? So that will be really exciting for me. It's really exciting for me over here to take the next step in my chapter here on YouTube. It has taken me about 2.5 to almost 3 years to actually, move out of the background of this bed and stuff like that. But you know what? It's been a fun ride here in this portion of, in this episode of this career. But yeah, we are moving down to the new room that is down the hall there. And it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be really cool. So anyways, let's get on to it. Let's try and figure out why I'm live streaming here today. Because some of you either A, are like, well, why is he live streaming? Or B, are like, well, these storms are, hitting my area. Why are you live streaming now when they could have impacted me before? And you have both fair points. The big reason here, if we take off all the watches and warnings and stuff like that, we have a very expansive risk here on the severe weather scale. We have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and a 3 out of 5 in orange here. You can see this orange extends from the state capital of Virginia in Richmond all the way up towards the Delmarva Peninsula, DC, Baltimore, all the way up along I-95 through Philadelphia up into New York. And it also includes areas near Scranton and Allentown as it moves further and further up along the I-81 corridor up towards Syracuse and Binghamton, and then further off towards Albany and Glen Falls and stuff like that. So we have a pretty expansive area here for severe weather, and we have numerous severe thunderstorm watches here. We have one over here for portions of southeastern Virginia into central and eastern North Carolina. We also have some more over here along portions of New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania, extending all the way up into portions of central and eastern New York, and heading on further into portions of Vermont, Massachusetts, and Connecticut as well. So we have a lot of activity here that is anticipated, and we're going to be trying to cover it all right? There's going to be a lot of stuff for us to do. And I'm going to start from the north and work our way south. And you guys might be wondering, why am I doing that? Well, we're going to go on to Radar Omega here, because Radar Omega is the one radar app that we can actually use to find this. We're going to start here in Canada. All right, we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here near the Kingston area and north of Kingston. Eventually, this line here could eventually make a break for areas over here near Ottawa. Let's actually try and get a better pen here so that you guys may be able to see as to what I'm exactly talking about here. There we go. We don't want pink. We're going to want this white. There we go. All right, so here's the storm in question. There is the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the bowing characteristic here within the line. This will be heading off towards the Perth and Smith Falls area over here in eastern Ontario, almost going to head off towards the Ottawa areas here. So Ottawa, if you know anyone that lives in Ottawa, I highly recommend telling them to watch out for the severe weather, because eventually this is anticipated to head off towards the north and east. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Canada. 90 kilometers per hour winds, which is approximately about 50 mile per hour winds, maybe even a little less than that. expected for some of these areas. A tornado is also possible, all right? Note the wording right within here. A tornado is also possible within this severe thunderstorm warning. So we got to watch out for that as that continues to move on through, especially if it is anticipated to move towards a populous area like Ottawa. Let's actually time it out here to see. Yeah, this is moving practically due north here. So areas over here near the Ottawa area should probably be on high alert as this continues to move on through. Moving off down to the south now, we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here still, south of Kingston, and then areas near Prince Edward County. I'm expecting that to be canceled here sooner rather than later, because those are severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued by Canada. So we're going to move off over here towards this cell near Cornwall. This is over here in extreme northern portions of New York. So specifically, this is for portions of, let me read here, Franklin and St. Lawrence counties over here in New York. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail is possible with that. Let's take a look at the velocities to try and see if there's any rotation, and there is a little bit of it, but it's very weak at this time, so I'm not anticipating this to do a whole lot. But yeah, this is something really interesting to look for, especially since this will be moving off towards the Cornwall areas here in Canada. All right, this is going to be moving towards the extreme eastern portions of Ontario and almost into the Quebec areas here. So areas, if you're in between Ottawa and Montreal, all right, so Ottawa and Montreal over here, practically along the general vicinity of, you know, the Papineauville as well as the Hawkesbury general vicinity, they need to watch out for the potential of some severe weather to head up into their general area. So I would watch out for that as that continues to move off towards the north. But yes, there is going to be a lot of these severe storms that are going to move off towards the north and east, and or even almost due north in some of these areas as well, and they will be impacted. Moving off down to the south, we're looking at this storm north of Syracuse, New York here, and we're hoping that this radar ends up functioning here soon, but it looks like it's not, so I may have to use the high resolution radar for that. Excuse me, still recovering over my cold, which is unironically COVID, but it's kind of like a cold at this point, so that's the reason why I haven't left my house. All right, let's go to the high resolution radar for this, because Omega is not going to work with that. So this is a storm over here with a damage threat considerable tag for the severe thunderstorm warning here. This is heading off towards Pulaski and along the I-81 corridor. So if you know anyone that lives over in those general areas, you need to watch out as this continues to move on through. Do not be surprised, all right? They could issue a tornado warning here soon over here to the east of I-81, north of Camden, all right? This would be heading straight towards the radar site. The closest areas more than likely would be near Florence and areas to the west of Constableville and to the east of Richland, all right? So basically, if you live to the east of I-81 over here, north of Syracuse, all right? This is well north of Syracuse, north of Camden, heading off towards the Lowville and the Copenhagen areas. There could be a storm that could try and spin up here very soon, I should say. Let's actually take a look at the storm motion from warning, and yeah, there it is. You can see greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are winds moving away. You have your left flank velocity enhancement, which is a technical term, basically an airstream that is shooting right into this, general area of rotation and is spinning up rather quickly. So that is going to be something to note here. Would not be surprised if we do see another tornado warning for areas over north of Williamstown and Camden. So watch out for that if you are in New York. If any of those areas sounded familiar to you, north and east of Syracuse, you probably should watch out. Moving off to the east over here, it probably would be easier if we use the KENX radar. I wonder if it would probably be easier for us to use it on Omega, and it kind of is. Let's go over to Omega here and work this out. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning, or not exactly the new severe thunderstorm warning, but this is the severe thunderstorm warning over here that is north of the I-90 corridor. So it is past I-90. It is now heading off to the north towards the Wilcox Lake Wild Forest. So I'm assuming this general area is relatively rural, which is kind of the good news here. It's not really going to be impacting a whole lot of people. But the one thing that I do want to note here as this approaches areas like Wells and Higgins Bay, as well as Lake Pleasant and Speculator, is that there is a little bit of rotation with this. I'm going to go to the velocities, and you guys can see there is a little bit of rotation with this cell. We have a lot of reds and pinks moving away from the radar, and a lot of greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and this is heading off towards those areas that I just called. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, I highly recommend telling them that they need to take their proper precautions and get into a proper shelter instead of staying outdoors, because if this thing does produce a tornado, flying debris may be dangerous to those caught without shelter. And of course, the fact of the matter is tornadoes also bring their own risks for severe weather as well. So that is going to be something to note as this continues to move on through. All right, moving off down to the south, we have a couple storms that have had a history of producing tornado warning or tornado warnings. I think it actually is only one, so cancel the plural on that. But there is a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here that is near the Johnson City area and to the east of that as well. So this would be more or less near the Binghamton areas, and then east of that near the Delhi area. So if you know anyone that lives near Johnson City and Binghamton, as well as areas further east of that, actually well east of that, along the I-88 corridor, extending all the way up to Albany, or along the State Highway 17 general vicinity as it moves off towards the Delaware River, they probably need to watch out for that very closely. I would not be surprised if they had some very strong storms that moved on through, causing some strong damaging winds and some large hail. So let's actually move to that radar here. It actually probably would be better if we use the high resolution radar for that, and I think it actually would be. So let's move off towards the high resolution radar, and we can see that these storms are kind of along a line here, extending from the US Highway 20 general vicinity all the way down the I-81 corridor from Binghamton down to Scranton. And these storms have actually had a history of producing damage. We have reports of telephone poles and wires down along I-81, and then in downtown Binghamton, there's reports of numerous trees down, including a tree on a house. So that is going to be something to note there. We also have more reports near I-81 north of Scranton, where dispatch feed reports trees down on wires with arcing and sparking on Frankie Lane and Scott Township. So these storms have had a history of producing wind damage, and of course wind damage can be impactful to those who are caught without shelter. So that is going to be something to note here. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings actually have just been issued. We did have a new giant severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. So we'll go back up to that, and then we'll go back to the cell that just left Binghamton, more or less. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning over here for Oneida, Otsego, as well as Madison and Chenango counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Utica is the main area to watch here very closely. Cooperstown, eventually it'll get towards your general area, but Utica, the main populous area over there, you guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. Just Utica and Rome. You guys definitely need to watch out for some strong damaging winds within your area. So watch out for that. And then, of course, areas along I-88 needs to watch out too, because there's also some more severe weather that is expected further down to the south and east. Now, I want to make a note here. I'm going to play this loop here for you all. You can see how these showers and thunderstorms have progressed over this time. And you can see these storms are kind of rising almost due north to the north-northeast, all right? So they are screaming up to the north, more or less. And it's basically one of those things where areas out in front of that are going to be impacted. It's not your traditional storms that move off to the north and east or move due east. It's instead storms that just continue to race off to the north, because it's kind of being picked up by a lot of the strong wind shear that's present within that area. And if you saw the thumbnail here for today, you can kind of see how the wind patterns favor that and how it just immediately curls off to the north. And that's the reason why these storms are doing so. So that's kind of the reason why we have that here, and how these storms have just been continuously, storming off further and further. There's been new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued due south of Ottawa. So they have taken into account those strong damaging winds that have moved north of Kingston and is moving off towards the general vicinity of the Ottawa areas. It's not there yet. It's going to take a while for it to get there, but we are going to want to, you know, watch out for that very closely. So if you know anyone that lives near Ottawa, I highly recommend telling them to be weather aware. If you want to share the live stream with them, feel free to do so. I am going to be covering more Canadian severe weather events as well. So if you want, you know, if you want a channel that can cover severe weather in not just the United States, but in Canada, I'm pretty sure this is the only channel that's going to give it to you here on YouTube. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. But let's go back to this storm over here. All right, this is the storm that's near Delhi and near the general area of Stamford and Margaretville here in New York. Now, this is the storm that has had a history of producing a tornado warning, and it is heading off towards the north and east towards Stamford, Hobart, Roxbury, I should say, Andes, as well as Delhi. And if you're in those areas, I highly recommend seeking shelter, not just because the storm has had a history of producing a tornado warning, but it also has some pretty large hail and some strong damaging winds as well. So that is going to be something to note as this continues to progress off towards the north and east, is that regardless of what type of weather you are going to get, it could potentially be impactful. So I would watch out for that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be eventually heading off into the general vicinity of extreme western Massachusetts. I want to go over to that radar over here, and it is due south of Albany. It is actually south of I-90 and due east of 87. It'll be heading off towards the Hillsdale and the Philmont areas, and eventually could potentially get towards the Pittsfield area in Massachusetts. So if any of those areas sounded familiar to you, I would highly recommend telling them that there could be the potential of some strong damaging winds and some spotty hail within these storms as this continues to progress off towards the north and east. So that would be something to watch out for, in my honest opinion. I want to get over to some of the people who supported the channel real quickly. Gabe has become a member again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I think that's 3 months, something like that. I think that might be 3 months now. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate becoming a member again. And then Evan with the 2 months of being a weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been supporting the channel, you know, quite frequently. So thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. Let's go back down to the south. And that's actually a new tornado warning, so we can't.
Tornado warning for southeastern Hamilton County in eastern New York.
Well, can't say we didn't forecast that, huh? Where's KTYX? That's Montague. There we go. All right, so there's the new tornado warning, and unsurprisingly, it's the area that we kind of called out for earlier. Now, this is, once again, in a relatively rural area of New York. However, areas like Lake Pleasant and Wells still need to be on high alert because the potential of there to be a tornado is possible. And if there's people who live in these areas, they need to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest and most part of their building. So Wells, Lake Pleasant, Speculator, areas around that, you need to watch out for this very, very closely as this continues to progress because they have issued a tornado warning. Give me a second here, guys. But yeah, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible if you haven't already. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. All right, and that's kind of what we want to do, regardless of who is in the tornado warning, regardless of how many people live in that tornado warning. It's a tornado warning. And there's a good chance that people live within these areas. So we are going to want to continue to spread this information. So if you live here, specifically in Hamilton County in eastern New York, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing does have some high amounts of spectrum width, so that is going to be something to note here. So there is a lot of turbulence right where that rotation is at. And if you guys can't find where the rotation is, we have a lot of greens moving towards the radar right within here. We have a lot of reds right within there. So we have this counterclockwise spin, and where the areas where the highest amounts of velocities are within the two winds moving away and towards is where the tornadic rotation would be. So right about there is where I'd watch out for. Right about there is where I'd watch out for. And it does have a little bit of rotation once again, so that's going to be something to note. Do you think you'll be live tomorrow in South Central Nebraska? Might be getting hit. I'm currently undecided for tomorrow because part of me thinks it's going to be a lot of large hail and strong damaging winds. Regardless, I will be posting something there. Got a CC drop? Nah, that's not a debris signature. That's not a debris signature. I just checked ZDR as a verification method. It said no. So it's not a debris signature. That's a lot of hail, though, I will say. There is a lot of hail within that area where the low CC is. But that is not on the ground at this time. Not on the ground. Let me put up the status here. Because a lot of people are asking where this is at. I'm going to put this up right there and then boom. So that way we don't have any more, confusion. There we go. What about Absecon, New Jersey? Will they get anything? Let me look here. It looks like the rotation has weakened, so that is something to note. Rose Johnson with the 20, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Everyone say thank you to Rose if you haven't already, because that really does support my channel a lot, financially specifically. Absecon, which is actually near the Atlantic City area. That's kind of interesting. I think they'll be on the outskirts of the risk, but the thing of it is I still think they are going to be in the activity. So I would watch out for that. You are in a severe thunderstorm watch at this time. So, of course, I'll be watching for this as this continues to move on through. But, yes. Let's go back to Montague. Let's go back to the area of rotation. Do I think Burlington County will have tornadoes? Let me take a look. I'm going to try and... Well, first off, I must say that even though I live in the Northeast, I'm not exactly... Well, not exactly in the Northeast. I more live in the Mid-Atlantic, but I'm more favored towards the Northeast. My geography within these areas, except for specific areas that I've purposefully seen and or passed through, I know, but let me look over here real quickly. Okay, so Burlington, I do think they could get some severe weather. I think most of the activity could be north of you all. So I'm going to say for right now, no. But I do think you guys could potentially see some severe thunderstorm warnings within your area. So that would be something that I would consider. Strong damaging winds, spotty hail is possible as that moves on through. Allentown's currently getting a thunderstorm or two. Stroudsburg's about to get slapped here in a bit. So I'd watch out if you're in Stroudsburg. Scranton, I think you're out of the risk for right now. I think you are out of the risk for right now. Once again, if you guys know anyone that lives within these areas, all right, we're going to zoom out here real quickly, just to give you all a perspective as to who could potentially be impacted by the severe weather here today. Now, there's another area out in the Central Plains into the Rockies. That is going to be more of a hail and wind threat, with actually the chance for some hurricane force winds possible over in the northern panhandle of Texas and New Mexico. But the main area that we're going to watch out for is these areas in the yellow and the orange. So let me take off the warning. Let me take off the radar. Let me take off the watches here real quickly. And this is the Convective Outlook here. This is what the Storm Prediction Center issues every single day. It issues a 1 to 5 scale of, the type of severe weather that you can get. So if you're on the lower end of the scale, then it's not a very high chance for severe weather. If you're on the higher end of the scale, then of course you have a very high chance for severe weather. So we have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in dark green. Okay, 1 out of 5. It skips the light green because that's just general thunderstorms. Okay, you have a 2 out of 5 in yellow. You can see the yellow right within there. Excuse me. And then you have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in portions of the orange. And you note where the orange goes over. It extends from Richmond, Virginia, the state capital, all the way up into the Baltimore, D.C. area, all the way up into portions of Philadelphia, New York, Albany, all the way up into Binghamton, although Binghamton and Scranton are currently out of the risk as of this time. And then you can see the yellow area extends even further than that, from Raleigh all the way up into portions of Canada. They could potentially see some activity. And as a matter of fact, there actually is a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes, you heard me correctly. Severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Canada. So I want to go back to this here real quickly before we get into the coverage of places like New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania here. I love you guys. Don't get me wrong. But there's people that live here in Canada, and they also could be feeling it over here in places like Ottawa. Ottawa could potentially be seeing some severe weather here soon. So we probably are going to want to watch out for that here relatively soon. But we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings right within here. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings here, and you can see the big line of storms that are starting to surge out further towards the north. You can see that bowing characteristic right within there. And whenever you have a bowing characteristic like that, you can anticipate a lot of strong damaging winds to come in, surge in behind this, and at the top of that bowing segment is where your strongest damaging winds are going to be at. And so if at this current trajectory, this will take it straight towards Ottawa. And if you know anyone that lives in Ottawa, all right, I highly recommend telling them that severe weather could potentially be possible as this continues to move off towards the north. So please be sure to tell people if you haven't already. There could even be, that actually is a little bit of rotation right within there, surprisingly. But that's also a lot of strong damaging winds there too, near Massena in New York. So if you just know anyone that lives in eastern portions of Ontario, all right, well far off towards the east, I would say towards areas from Kingston and Belleville all the way up towards Ottawa, maybe even to portions of Quebec near Montreal. They could potentially be anticipating some activity as well. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, I would highly recommend telling them that there is the potential for some severe weather possible within their area. But let's go back down over here to some of these storms, I should say. We still have a tornado warning up north, but what I want to do right now is I want to actually go take a look at some of the activity that is moving off towards East Stroudsburg, and then eventually towards the Reading and the Allentown areas. Now, this is actually not too far away, about an hour and a half from where I live. So this is kind of interesting here. And of course, I was in a severe thunderstorm watch earlier, and then it completely missed me. So that was pretty nice. But the thing of it is that you do have a couple storms that are going to be approaching the Allentown general vicinity here soon. And they do have a history of producing some strong damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So I would watch out for that. If you're in Allentown, or if you know anyone that lives north of Allentown along 476, I would highly recommend telling them that there could be the potential for some strong damaging winds and hail. I don't really see too much of a tornadic threat, but the unfortunate thing is that the radar coverage within this area of Pennsylvania is abysmal at best, and it's not really giving me a very good idea as to what could potentially be happening. And a lot of people have actually, strived for the potential of a weather radar to be placed over here somewhere. So that's kind of, one of those things. But yeah, that is something to note. Josh, if you want to become a mod, tonight I'm actually going to be looking through applications because I said I would have the applications done by tomorrow evening. So if you would like to become a mod, just put in the application, stuff like that. I know you want to help out for free, but it's just easier for me to track people that way as to who I have and whatnot. Unless if I already, Unless if you're already a moderator, then you don't have to do it, but that is something to note. But yeah, in the chat, if you want to become a mod, please put it in there. Yeah, that is one of the dead zones for radar. But yeah, the storm that's heading off towards East Stroudsburg in Pennsylvania, right along the Delaware River, that thing could probably be producing some larger amounts of hail within that area. So I would watch out. I'd watch out for that. What about Westchester? Westchester could potentially see some activity later on this evening. I don't think it'll be as significant as what your counterparts to the north could be seeing, but I do think they could be seeing some severe weather. I have not checked down south in a while, or I actually have not checked down south at all. But I do want to take a look here. There are some strong damaging winds that are surging off through Virginia Beach at this time. I went through Norfolk already. Let's see if I can get a storm motion to see if there's any sort of rotation within these areas. Not really. I think there's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds here in Virginia Beach. But the thing of it is strong damaging winds are still strong damaging winds. They could potentially could potentially still do damage. So I would watch out for that. Stay indoors or get indoors and stay away from windows if you haven't already. So that way we may be able to continue to stay safe from these showers and thunderstorms. Basically put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible if you want to be the safest. There's also a storm that's heading off towards Chickateague and maybe areas near Assateague Island. So that would be something to watch out for as that continues to progress off further towards the north. That definitely would be something to watch out for as that continues to progress off towards the Virginia-Maryland border. It is going to be well off to the south of Ocean City. I will admit that. I don't think that Ocean City could potentially be impacted significantly by this main storm. But there could be some storms that are going to head off towards your area. They could be heading off towards your general vicinity here soon. So I would watch out for that. Yeah, if you know anyone that lives in Virginia Beach, I would tell them to watch out for this very closely. For some strong damaging winds. Stay away from windows if you can. If you want to share this live stream with them, feel free. That way we may be able to kind of, provide that, that analysis that, hey, you guys are going to be fine for the most part. But yeah. That's kind of what I got here so far. Yeah, that storm that's about to cross into Canada is really weird. We still have that tornado warning, so let's check back up on it. Go to the Montague radar. And the storm that's approaching Lake Pleasant is now starting to kind of collapse on itself, so that's kind of the good news. That's kind of the good news. You have a squall line coming to me in Florida, you're scared? You shouldn't be scared in Florida. Florida is, specifically in Miami, they're going to be fine for the most part. It might get a few damaging winds, but I don't foresee anything too significant. Let me fix the blind here real quickly. The glare off of the monitor is killing me. The glare off the monitor is killing me. I was like blinding myself. That's so much better. That is so much better. Anything threatening for Texas? In northern Texas, yeah, there could be later on tonight. Check near Philmont along the Hudson River. That would be up there with that storm. Yep, so let's go to the Albany Radar. And has this storm... Oh, yeah, the storm has progressed. The storm has progressed significantly. Yeah, so that storm that's going to be heading off towards Pittsfield might be something to watch later on. It's in a bad environment, and it seems as if it's progressing weakly in its overall evolution, but there's a lot of hail with this storm. A lot of strong ZDR, including a ZDR arc on this thing. You can see the general arcing right within there, so that's kind of interesting. That is a bona fide supercell. That is a bona fide supercell. So, yeah, if you know anyone who lives over into portions of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, as well as anyone along I-90, along the border of New York and Massachusetts, north of Hillsdale, near Philmont, and just to the east of Chatham, New York, I would start telling them to be mindful of this, all right? You know, you can share the live stream with them if you can, but at minimum, I would just kind of nudge them on the side and say, hey, these storms could potentially be moving off into your area, and I would not be surprised if there was some strong weather activity. Because there is probably going to be at least quarter-sized tail, if not, could get up to ping pong ball size tail within that area. What about Doggleville? Anything for Indiana? Doubt. Indiana, Pennsylvania is way too far to the west. You guys are not in any sort of risk for severe weather here. You can see you're in a light green, and that's just general thunderstorms. So, doubt. But Dolgeville. Probably is Dolgeville, not Doggleville. Doggle. I can't pronounce to save my life. I think you guys should be okay for right now. There's a lot of strong damaging winds in your general area. But the storm that you're on is not very significant. It'll be the storm behind you, however, that could potentially be severe, as, you know, that's something you need to watch. So that'll be something I would note. It'll be heading off in your area in about 45 minutes at minimum, so I would watch out for that. But other than that, should be fine. Tornado warning has been canceled, as it should. There's also special marine warning for Kingston. So interesting enough with that. Part of me wonders why they have not issued. There's some weak rotation on that storm. Hold up. I want to go to Burlington. This cell over here near Cornwall and Massena, that's going to be something to watch. There's also a storm near Loon Lake that has rotation too. That's not okay. So storms in upstate New York, and I mean extreme upstate New York, probably need to watch out for this. You're about 20 minutes north of Hartford, Connecticut. What time should you be looking at for bad weather? That's a good question. That is a very good question. Probably. Well, you're getting scattered showers and thunderstorms right now. The main line over here that's nothing but severe, extending from areas near Watertown, New York, all the way down towards like East Stroudsburg. That line will be getting off towards your area at the late evening hours. So that would be like, what, 6 or 7? Probably 7. That's when I'd watch. Yeah, this storm over here, this little storm over here near Massena, this right here is really interesting to me. All right, I'm going to put up the status here. Once again, it's in New York. But there's a little storm that's crossing off into Ontario, extreme eastern Ontario over here. That is just, it's a little storm, but it packs a mean punch. And the only reason why I say that is because there's a lot of lightning associated with the storm, and it's starting to kind of try and hook around a little bit. So that's kind of really interesting. Nice storm near Pittsfield. Yeah, that storm is eventually... It's got a weak progression right now. Lower level lapse rates might be killing that thing, but at the same time, if it can mature slowly but surely, that storm will be pretty gnarly. But yeah, that storm near Massena heading off into Ontario. This is going to be something to watch out for very closely. What about Ellenberg Depot? We're literally on the Canada border just under Montreal. Oh, really? So that would be like along 87, I'm assuming. Let's go over to Burlington's radar here. So right now you don't really have a whole lot of showers and thunderstorms. Okay. But eventually you will. Eventually you will. And I'm not saying that there's a huge cause for concern, because there really isn't. It's just a lot of strong, damaging winds. But there could be the potential for you to have a chance, a small chance for a spin up within this area, basically because of how high the helicity values are within these showers and thunderstorms. So basically meaning that the wind shear is pretty strong in this area. So I'd watch out, but I think your main risk is going to be strong, damaging winds. And maybe some spotty hail. I think the storm over here near Goldsmith, heading off towards the Ellenberg area, could be something to watch out for. But as of right now, not really too much. Not really too much for what I see. So basically your area, Ellenberg. Will Manassas, Virginia get anything bad tonight? More than likely not, but I do think they could see some activity. I do think they could. How's Schuylerville? If that is how you pronounce it, because my pronunciation is always incorrect. Always. 9 times out of 10, it's always incorrect. That is over near Saratoga Springs. That's north of Albany. I do think they could be seeing some activity. I do think they could be seeing some activity this evening. But the severe thunderstorms that are near your area are not severe. So I think you guys should be fine for right now. It'll be later on, probably in about 2 hours, I'd say, is when you guys could see your activity. Orange County, New York, Goshen area. Isn't Goshen like near like the Binghamton area-ish? Not exactly. Oh, that's north of where Morgan lives. That's nice. Oh, that Goshen. That's where it sounds familiar. I was trying to chase it that one day and there was no service. That's right. That's right. The memory is starting to come together now. Yeah, they're going to see some severe weather here soon. There's a severe thunderstorm warning just outside their area, and there's a storm near East Stroudsburg that's going to be heading off towards the eastern portions of Orange County. Or not eastern, western portions. So I would watch out for that. But you're going to expect to see more and more severe weather later on. So I would watch out for that here soon. Let's go full screen to the high resolution radar. Let's go to the high resolution radar here. Because there's a bunch of storms here across the board that are starting to gain a lot of characteristics. All right, there's every single storm, more or less, that is along the line. All right, you can see back here, every single storm along the line right here practically has a severe thunderstorm warning right now. The storm that is approaching Ellenberg now has a severe thunderstorm warning, so that is something to note there. That'll be heading off towards Ontario relatively soon. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, that's going to be heading off towards Quebec, because Ontario is actually to the west of that. There's also a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in Ontario heading off towards Ottawa. So once again, if you know anyone who lives in Ottawa, I would highly recommend telling them that there could potentially be some severe weather, and, you know, maybe even share the live stream with them so that way we may be able to continue to provide coverage for people who may live within these areas. And that's the same thing for anyone. If you know anyone that lives over here in eastern portions of New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, as well as into Connecticut, central to northern New Jersey, maybe even into just much of New Jersey, as well as eastern Pennsylvania, portions of Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. Those areas they are expected to see some severe weather here today. So if you would like, please be sure to share this information with people who may live in these areas so that we can continue to spread our coverage to more and more people. Schenectady, New York here, looks like tornado warning cell just ripped through your camp and Piesco. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think it was on the ground though, however. I think it was just some strong damaging winds. Over near Lake Pleasant, but if you're talking about the other one that was near the Binghamton area, it definitely could have. Pittsfield's getting worse. Kinda. Lot of very high ZDR values indicating some large hail could potentially be brewing. You're on the border in Western Mass. Does it look like it's rotating? It does look like it's rotating, but it doesn't look super significant at this time. So, if you know anyone who lives within those areas, the biggest risk, in my honest opinion, from this storm is going to be large hail. Very large hail. Probably over an inch in size, maybe even an inch and a quarter. Could even get up to ping pong ball size hail at most. But if you have any sort of valuables outside, I'd bring them inside. Because, of course, damage is possible to some of these areas. Hail does create dents. And if you have anything fragile outside, if you have any pets outside, probably would be a good move to bring them in. Can I check Dover? Dover for right now should be fine, but later on, they are going to see some severe weather. Later on, they will see some severe weather. Are those storms heading into my area? Are there literal showers and thunderstorms in my area right now? Yes, there is. It's a very weak thunderstorm as I look outside. Things should not belong. So I've considered the following once again. Those storms are not going to be severe for me. Now, one thing I will say before I go back to the coverage for all these other areas, okay? These showers and thunderstorms on the backside, right within here, okay? These will eventually bring the risk for severe weather into the DC, the Baltimore, Washington area. All right, so you need to watch out for that. New tornado warning in the northern cell.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lewis County in central New York.
Oh, what? What? There's 5 of them. There's 5 areas of rotation. Why didn't they just warn the entire thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 areas of rotation all within this line. What is this? Are any of these producing tornadoes? Oh, no. That better not be a tornado. All right, I don't think that's a tornado. I'm looking through. Yeah, there's 5 areas of rotation here, ladies and gentlemen. From what I can tell, at least. So we have a giant tornado warning that has just been issued over here. This is for Lewis County in central New York, okay? Now, this might not be the only area of rotation, okay? Because the thing of it is that what they're warning right now is this area right here. So you see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. So right in the middle, there's 2 areas of consolidation to where there could be rotation, all right? You see there's the bright pinks right here. That's a terrible circle. There's bright pinks right there and how the greens extend just like that. And then there's bright pinks right there where the greens extend just like this as well. So there's 2 areas of rotation right there. Then you go up here towards Lowville, and you have another weak area of rotation right within here. So another thing to note right within that area. And then you go up further north, you have another area right here, and you have another area right here. So we have 5 areas of rotation all within the line right within here. Luckily, it's relatively rural. But if you're in Glenfield, if you're over in Lowville, if you're in Croghan, as well as Casterland, in my honest opinion, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations, keyword rotations, as possible. So yeah, Croghan as well as Casterland, as well as areas east of that, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. But yeah, I will say, latest scan came in. It looks like the storms that were over in Glenfield has now merged. It looks like the storm that's near Lowville has merged. So now it's no longer a bunch of areas of rotation. They're now consolidating into one. The one that's the most concerning is the one that's currently tornado warned right now. The one that's near Glenfield, heading off towards the north and east. So let's actually take a look here real quickly. Let's go to Radar Omega, and let's get our velocities up. And we'll show you here what this is currently looking like. So here we have our rotation. It's right here. We have another area of rotation here, 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 and then a little weak one up near Denmark. But this will be heading off towards the Sperryville, the Crystal Dale area, as well as Bush's Landing and Watson, and then areas further towards the Croghan, the number 4, and the Moshier Falls area. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas, you need to tell them to, once again, go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Latest scan just came in. Velocities don't look all too significant here. And I don't see a debris signature on the high-res radar, so we're good on that front. There's also still those severe thunderstorm warnings over into portions of Canada. I wonder if they're going to issue new severe thunderstorm warnings out here soon for areas near Carleton Place and Lanark. That would be really interesting. And I do think they might actually issue a severe thunderstorm warning here in Quebec, as that storm could potentially be heading off towards Montreal. So that would be something to watch out for as that continues to move off towards the north. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pittsfield. So Pittsfield has now been hit, or is now being hit by these strong damaging winds and large hail. So I would watch out for that. It still looks like it is kind of rotating. We'll go over here to the high resolution radar now, and you can see there is general rotation. Greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. But it's very weak at this time right now, so I'm not anticipating too much besides large hail and damaging winds as this approaches Pittsfield. But if you know anyone who lives in Pittsfield, all right, you need to tell them to get indoors, grab all their valuables, and bring them indoors, because hail could potentially do damage to those who are, you know, caught without shelter. So that includes pets, humans, any sort of valuable stuff outside. Bring them indoors if you haven't already. Sorry for blinding everyone. Unfortunate. You have relatives in Kingston. Well, luckily, Kingston's not in the severe thunderstorm warning itself. They are seeing some scattered showers and thunderstorms, though. But Kingston, as of right now, they're fine. How bad will Orange County be hit? I think they could see some very strong damaging winds. I do think they could, so I'd watch out. But I don't think it'll be hit exponentially. I think they should be fine for the most part. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued? I think it is. I think they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Quebec by Environmental Canada. So if that's in Quebec, where in Quebec? That's along the St. Lawrence River. That's just to the east of that, actually. So they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I'm assuming Omega's a little bit behind at the moment with its warnings. But I just got the update here from Environmental Canada that they have issued a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. You know, Cassandra's in the chat when she's sending me sky cameras again. That's amazing. Thank you, Cassandra. Let's actually see. What's this view here in Pittsfield? Oh, wow. So that's actually a really nice view. But we'll probably have to wait until we can actually use it, because it is a little far out. It is a little far out, I will say that much. All right, let's get back to chat here, because a lot of people are asking a bunch of questions. Let us see. Maine should be fine. How's Woodbury, New Jersey doing? What about the time the line will hit? Yeah, let me look at that here real quickly. In Woodbury, like in South Central? Something like that? Yeah, I was kind of right. Near the Philadelphia area. So, I do think you guys could see some severe weather. Oh my gosh, my mouse just does not want to function. I really need to get a new graphics card here soon, so that way my mouse stops, like, disconnecting and stuff like that. But I think you guys could get some activity in Woodbury. I think it'll just be later on this evening, the late evening hours. So that would be just something I would watch out for. What expectations do you have for funds? Love to help in any way possible. Own a business and I can donate to help you. Listen, all right, for funds and stuff like that, I'm not expecting any sort of money whenever I do this, okay? Because that's not what I try and get, although, you know, of course, donations and stuff like that is always helpful for me to upgrade my equipment and whatnot. But just by hitting that thumbs up button and sharing the information with more and more people, all right? You know, eventually this channel and the videos and the live streams that it provides and stuff like that will continue to get out to more and more people. And if we just get this out to more and more people, you know, the ad revenue will help itself. But if you really want to help the most, I mean, the best way to do it is the same thing that what CDS or CD Squatcher did, is become a member. All right, if you want to help the channel, support it any way possible, become a member to the channel. All right, it helps a lot. It's basically like being a sponsor and whatnot. And you know, that stuff monthly racks up. So I know, you know, I know it's a tall order for some people, and it's, you know, I never, once again, never expect any money out of it. But that's the reason why, you know, I do all the stuff. You see the names down at the bottom. That's the reason why I do all that, is because that just means a lot to me, and it's just to have their names not shouted out for continuously supporting the channel. It's not right. But the thing of it is I'm also a little bit of a hypocrite of that, because as of late, I haven't been able to put up the latest names of the people who have been members on that. So tonight, when I actually go through the applications, I will be able to do so. But because I actually was planning on doing it before the stream. But yeah, CD Squatcher, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. How do you share the live stream? Copy the link to the live stream and share it. It'll say a share button somewhere. You can do that. Where is this at? Chorley Lanks? I don't know where that is. Oh, that's over in it's over in the UK. That's pretty crazy. Allentown, yes, Allentown more than likely will be impacted here this evening. So I would watch out for that. They're right outside of a severe thunderstorm warning. Sussex County, New Jersey, a lot of family there. Let me take a look at that real quickly, because I know Sussex is a pretty populous area. Can I pull this up, please? Thank you. Yeah, I went through Sussex County before, and I went through that general area when I was trying to chase. So yeah, that's the northern portion. Sussex is going to get hit here pretty soon. They're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. No doubt. It'll be some very strong damaging winds. So I'd watch out for that very closely. Told me my forecast is wrong because there are no severe storms. Yeah, you're not supposed to get stuff right now. All right? Your threat is later on this evening. If it really is a threat, to be completely honest with you. Because as of late, the models have been really weird with its depiction in the Mid-Atlantic. And the Mid-Atlantic, all right, because I live, let's put it this way. I used to live in Martinsburg, which is in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, for most of my life until about 3.5 years ago. Okay? And I know all too well as to how bad the predictions can be within this area and how inconsistent it is. Okay? But I see a storm here, according to the HRRR, that's going to be approaching your area here in about an hour along the DC metro area. I'm not saying it's going to be a severe storm. I'm just saying you're going to get storms within that area, and I'd watch out for that. That storm will intensify, however, as it goes over the Chesapeake Bay and head off in towards portions of central and southern Delaware. So that's going to be something to note. But I'm going to close Omega and reopen it, because there's no way they have not updated that warning yet. There is no way they haven't. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. Yes, I know there's a severe thunderstorm warning in Quebec. Oh, it's all the way up there. What? Why? Well, we'll talk about that here in a bit. I knew they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. I was just like, where? So the rotations within this tornado warning seem to be more strong gusty winds at this time, so I don't foresee them potentially producing a whole lot. However, all right, we're going to go back over here, okay? You see all the strong showers and thunderstorms here in New York and Vermont and portions of Massachusetts and Ontario, okay? And I said there was a severe thunderstorm warning that was in Quebec, and I was trying to figure out where that severe thunderstorm warning is, because you would think it'd be over here near the Montreal area. It's definitely not in Ottawa, because that's not Quebec, unless if you're north of Ottawa. But it clearly wasn't saying anything until I zoomed out, and then I realized, wait a second, this is north of Quebec, near the Saguenay areas. And it's this storm. Strong wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Yeah, that's very helpful. That is clearly very helpful. I love how there's also no other showers and thunderstorms around it. And they issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that. So that's nice. That's very nice. Once again, I anticipate a few more severe thunderstorm warnings that are going to be issued for portions of Quebec and Ontario. Just not very far north as, you know, Saguenay. I think areas near Montreal and Ottawa can be impacted, so I would watch out for that. I'd watch out. All right, let's look back in chat. Catsy with the 20, thank you so much. I saw chat actually thanking you earlier, and I was going to get to it, but thank you so much for the 20. It really does mean a lot to me, and yeah, iPhone is pretty weird. Excuse me. Excuse me. iPhone, it does a weird thing with membership where you can't become a member. Now, if you want to become a member that badly, you'd have to go on to, I think it's Safari. If not Safari, it's Chrome, and then join that way. But, yeah. I really do appreciate it. Carmel, New York. What type of stuff can you get in your area? Let me look here real quickly. Once again, I'm going to try and answer as much as I can in chat, as well as balancing talking about the current weather. So if I don't get to you immediately, or if I completely skip over you, it's not on purpose, guys. All right, believe me, it is not on purpose. So you're very far south down here. I do think you guys could get your activity. It'll be a lot later on tonight, however. I do think it'll be more towards the late evening hours when you guys can get your activity. So that would be, what, 5 or 6, something like that. That's when I think you guys can get it. But other than that, opinion on central Vermont this evening. Looking at radar scope, expecting just a line of storms, but honestly not sure. Yeah, I do think that's going to be relatively consistent. I do think it'll be just a lot of strong damaging winds. Phoenixville, when can they get the activity? Let me take a look. That is near the Philly area once again. So let's take a look back at Philadelphia's radar. And luckily, these storms that are over here near Reading and Allentown have kind of diminished below severe parameters. But I do think they could see some activity a little bit later on tonight. It may not be super significant, to be completely honest with you. I think Philly could have potentially, keyword potentially, dodged the event. But there's another wave of showers and thunderstorms that are expected to move on through. And you'll know for certain as to whether or not you dodge something by, I'd say, around 6 tonight. So I would watch out for that. All right, let's put on the high resolution radar real quickly. And let's go to Burlington's radar and take a look at this storm over here that's approaching the Ellenburg area. I still see some spotty hail with the storm. Don't see a whole lot of rotation, however. But as I have anticipated, there has been severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued out in front of this over here now into portions of Quebec. So strong damaging winds and nickel to ping pong ball sized hail possible. That's what they are saying in Canada. In the United States here, the severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton and Franklin counties in northern New York has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So I'd watch out for that. Is the Williamsport area, PA, done with severe weather? In Williamsport, like back over here somewhere? Williamsport is very close to where I usually go towards. I'm pretty sure Williamsport is like over here. But let's double check. I think I've seen Williamsport like 5 or 10 times. No, it is far north. Sheesh. So it's similar, but not too similar. Tells you where I haven't traveled in Pennsylvania. I've traveled practically everywhere else except for areas north of I-80, which is kind of funny. Except for Scranton. Scranton I've traveled to. But Williamsport's going to be fine. Washington's going to be fine. Pittsburgh, Somerset, Bedford, Altoona, areas over towards Meadville, Erie. That's fine. Okay. That all is fine. It's the areas out to the east of it. Okay. I-81 corridor and east. I-81 corridor and east is where you're expecting the severe weather tonight. Wilmington, North Carolina, I think they could see some severe weather, but it'll be very, very minuscule. So it'll be hit or miss for you guys tonight. Let you know if you get a notification. Appreciate it, Lisa. If there's anyone who lives, by the way, in Ontario or Quebec that knows an efficient way of figuring out when severe thunderstorm warnings get issued besides looking at the impact graphics project, because by the way, you can go over here onto Twitter. The impact graphics project over here is not an official Environmental Canada thing here. They're not an official thing on Twitter that represents them, but they just show you the graphics of the severe thunderstorm warnings within the area and stuff like that, and they consistently keep it updated. So if anyone knows of a way, a better way than that, that'd be greatly appreciated. But because I do want to cover more Canadian events, all right? For my Canadian friends that are watching in the chat, I want to cover more Canadian severe weather events, okay? Because I feel like a lot of people who cover severe weather overlook Canada a lot. And a part of it's because they're too far north, but they also have their fair share of significant severe weather as well. So I don't want to leave you guys behind at all. And I have a soft spot for my fellow Canadians. Environmental Canada is the thing that sends the alert. Is there a way that you guys know, like a website besides the regular Environmental Canada that sucks? If someone can give me like a how-to on how to look at that stuff, that would be great. Because Storm Prediction Center is pretty easy to navigate. All right, Pittsfield pretty soon is going to start to see that strong thunderstorm, so I would watch out. Real quickly. What about Waterbury? Dog's already having anxiety? Jeesh. Let me take a look. If Waterbury is where I think it is, they will see severe weather, but not on a very high scale. Yeah, I knew Waterbury was over here. So I do think they will see some severe weather. It'll just be much later on this evening, so late evening hours. Any strong storms this evening for Baltimore? It's possible. By the way, I believe, I can't see it well enough, but that's one of the two quarterbacks that is famous in Baltimore, which of course, I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan myself. But it looks to be Lamar Jackson, but it could also be Joe Flacco. But I think it's Lamar. Got bad coverage in Quebec. Hey, listen. I am willing to cover all of Quebec. I'm willing to do so. But yeah, I do think they could see some activity. I think you're hit or miss, period, as to whether or not you will or will not see severe weather in Baltimore, would probably be around the 4 to 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock hours. Something like that. For a sunny day here on Vancouver Island in just 10 days, jeez. Yeah, most of the people on this channel know that I am a Baltimore Ravens fan. I'm actually going to the Ravens-Giants game in New York with Morgan, who's an associate of mine who helps on this channel, and we're gonna watch the game together. But my family's season ticket holders for Baltimore, and it's really nice. Love my Ravens. All right, so I mentioned that Environmental Canada has issued severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Quebec. This is the new ones that they have issued. This is the new severe thunderstorm warnings that they have issued over here for extreme southern portions of Quebec, here in Hemingford, south of Montreal. All right, so if you know anyone that lives in Montreal, I'm going to be completely honest with you. You guys probably are going to have to watch out for these storms. They are going to have to watch out for how this continues to progress up further north. Because I do think they will be producing some large hail and some strong damaging winds as this moves on through. But yes, Montreal, if you know anyone that lives in Montreal and the surrounding areas, they probably need to watch out for this. Looks like the other severe thunderstorm warnings that were in the portions of Ontario are starting to kind of diminish a little bit too. So that's kind of the good news. But Ottawa is starting to get impacted now. They are starting to get impacted now. Probably not as strong of a storm as it once was, but still, there is something out in that area. I think the tornado warning is probably going to disintegrate here soon and or expire. It's in effect until 3:30, and I'm kind of surprised they still have it out. But you know what? Tornado warnings are tornado warnings. Did you hear about the lawsuit regarding the Giants and the Jets being renamed to the New Jersey teams? Yeah, I did, and that's kind of funny in my honest opinion. But yeah, those storms will be heading off into the Montreal general vicinity, and they probably should watch out for it. There's also some storms north of Lake Pleasant, near Indian Lake and North Creek. That probably should be something to watch out for as that continues to progress on through. Large hail, and maybe something tornadic within that. Would not be surprised. Would not be surprised. Let's take a look at Sterling's radar. So now finally there's storms that start to form around my area that could potentially hit me. I find that funny. When I'm in an actual severe thunderstorm watch, the storms go around me, but then when the storms actually appear now, I'm even in a marginal risk. This is fun. Lake Placid's on my bucket list for a go-to place. Only because of the Miracle on Ice. As a hockey player. How's New York faring for severe weather? I mean, there is a giant line of severe weather that's surging on through right now that is extending from the southern portion of the state to the northern portion of the state. So I'd say not doing too well. Unless if you're in New York City, then you might be dodging it a little bit. But if you're along I-87, I mean, you're probably not going to be doing too well at some point this evening. That's hilarious. Cameron Nixon is really funny. All I gotta say is Cameron Nixon is really funny. I don't think Cameron understands that Environmental Canada is weird with their severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, but here it is. Cameron Nixon says, U.S., another day, another supercell. Canada, we must protect our borders at all costs. And they issue the giant severe thunderstorm warning to try and prevent this thing from going out. I mean, that's just funny. That is funny, I will admit. But yeah, on a real note though, Quebec probably should watch out. Specifically areas south of Montreal. We're taking a look at a picture here. This is from Ethan Moriarty. And he's on that cell in Pittsfield right now. You can see really nice updraft here. And a potential lowering on the side. Maybe some sort of shelf or wall cloud on the northern side there. So that's something to note. Looks like the storm is geez, I can't speak. Is still super cellular. There it is. So that would be something to note. You're now on alert for severe thunderstorms. Have they been issuing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings now? Sheesh. You'll tell me when Quebec gets bad weather? Alright, will do. Thank you. Why not a lot of rain for Pennsylvania? Because yes. Because Pennsylvania doesn't like me. Is there going to be a tornado in Cherry Hill, New Jersey? I'd watch out. I'm going to look up where that is specifically. Give me a second. If it's near Philly, then Philly might, probably not. I think they probably won't. There's a good chance that they don't even get any showers and thunderstorms this evening. But their make or break is probably going to be the 5 o'clock hour time period. It's not a political statement from Cameron Nixon. Cameron Nixon, that wouldn't... I know that could be seen as one. Okay. But he's making fun of the fact that the warnings in Canada are abnormally large. Whereas in the United States, they're just concentrated within a specific polygon. Which is what most weather enthusiasts have actually criticized about environmental Canada, is that they issue ridiculously large polygons. Yeah, I apologize for the people who are Leafs fans. I'm sorry. I mean, my goodness. And the thing of it is, okay, is that I haven't said this before about a Leafs team, and then I'll get back to weather on a real note. The Leafs, this is probably one of the best Leafs teams that you guys have had. And in my honest opinion, don't blow it up. Don't blow it up. If you were talking to me last year, after when you guys lost to Montreal, yes, I would have said blow it up. This team this year, don't blow it up. Don't blow it up. It'll be a huge mistake if you do. Because the thing of it is that team is actually sustainable. The way they are playing hockey as a hockey player, that's a sustainable hockey team. You can win a cup with that style of play. But hey. I'm a Jackets fan. I'm a Caps fan, but I'm more a Jackets fan. I like the Jackets more. I still make fun of the Caps though. As a person who grew up as a Caps fan, I'm allowed to make fun of the Caps. So, I think the sky camera in Pittsfield is not looking at the storms, and therefore the storms behind Pittsfield, or the camera is looking to the north of Pittsfield. So we can't actually see what's going on with this camera, unless if it turns around. But what's the risk of northwestern Connecticut? I would say 2 out of 5. They're probably going to see some strong damaging winds. Can you do Orlando? Orlando's fine. There's not really a whole lot over there in Florida. New York. All right, for the people who live in New York, okay? I want to make this clear right now. There's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms that are moving into your area. I don't foresee them being very severe, but I'm going to watch it very closely because, you know, weather can flip on a dime and stuff like that. So for right now, I don't see anything. But it does not mean that you guys can, you know, let your guard down. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. It has now been extended. So they have updated it, and now they have a tornado possible tag on it. They have a tornado possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning in Quebec. So that's south of Montreal. I wish they had counties inside these provinces, but they don't. It's just one giant province. Am I an Orioles fan? Yes, I am. I actually went to the Orioles game where it actually hailed. Says no chance of hurricane in the Gulf. What's in my opinion? I don't foresee it to be a hurricane, but I do think we will get a tropical system either on the Atlantic side or on the Pacific side. I do think there's a good chance for that. The only way it disrupts it is if the actual area of low pressure system develops over land, into which, you know, then there goes your chance for a tropical system. But I think there could be some activity. Just whether it's a hurricane, however, probably not a huge chance. North Sullivan County in New York. Let's take a look. Let me take a look. One thing I will say, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, you're probably in it for a good reason. All right, because all these storms have the potential of producing some strong damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour. All of them have the potential to do so, so I'd watch out for it. Sullivan County, in my honest opinion, you guys are actually, you know, depending upon where you live specifically, okay, there's some portions of this that could potentially, you know, be out of the risk. If you're on the western side near the border of Pennsylvania, you guys are out of the risk. But if you're on the eastern side, you know, say near the Wurtsboro area, you guys are not quite out of it quite yet. Did the storm break up around the Philly area? Kind of. The only thing about that is that your main area of concern would be with these storms that are developing over here. Okay, so you see these storms that are forming along I-81 near Chambersburg and Hagerstown. So let me look down south to see what's happening in Hagerstown. Okay, it definitely looks like it's raining over there. And it actually might rain over here, too. It's also pretty gusty for whatever reason. But I don't see a whole lot with that storm visually, which, yes, we can tell as to whether or not a storm could be impactful just by looking at it visually. But these storms over here that are approaching the Gettysburg, Chambersburg area and Hagerstown, these are the storms to watch that can move on through into Philadelphia. So that's the reason why I say later on this evening could be something to watch out for. There's also a couple storms that are heading off towards Allentown. I don't see anything severe with that at the moment, but then again, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the coverage for radar as you get closer and closer towards, like, you know, the intersection between 78 and 76 and 81, that's, you know, it's really hard for anyone to be able to determine unless if they have people on the ground to try and see some stuff. But yeah, there is a storm that's heading off into Allentown, produce some spotty hail, but I don't see too much with that. So Allentown, just watch out for right now. I would say watch out. Man, oh man, I'm not sure about you all, but I'm pretty excited to cover stuff like that. What? Hold up. Time out, time out, time out. Time out. I might have caught something indirectly that I wasn't planning on catching. Where's this at? It's up there. I think, for once, the Canadian radar has a better grip on this storm than this radar does. Because there's an area of rotation. Area of rotation, right? Yeah. 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 Let's go take a look here, ladies and gentlemen. The Canadian radar might be a better pick to try and figure out what's going on with this storm than some other areas. How's Sheldon, Vermont looking? Let me take a look. Pull that up here real quickly. I think you guys are seeing a lot of scattered, damaging winds and spotty hail, or at least I do think you guys could potentially see some. So I'd watch out. And then, of course, you could see some strong damaging winds later on. But let's play Pick the Area of Rotation, shall we? Here is the border of the United States and Canada, specifically New York and Ontario. And let's try and pick the rotation, shall we? Tick-tock, tick-tock. You got your answer? If you picked this right here, yeah, you'd be correct, because that's where the area of rotation is at. South of Ogdensburg. Ogdensburg, I should say. Oh, jeez, I'm losing my mind. Ogdensburg. There you go. A little bit of rotation with that storm. So the Canadian radar is picking up on this very well, and I'm kind of surprised they have not issued a tornado warning for this cell. But this is going to be heading off to the north towards the Morrisburg area here. Morrisburg, areas near South Stormont, here along Highway 401 and 416 in Canada. So I would watch out for that. I would watch out for that as that continues to move on through. Because there could potentially be something tornadic that's heading off to the north. So yeah, Morrisburg, Ogdensburg in New York, Lisbon, as well as South Stormont and Massena. Could potentially see something tornadic within that. Would not be surprised. Yeah, Mark, I kind of figured it out after the fifth time. Because I clearly saw it. It's the name and tail. Yeah, the name and tail is what it is. It's just me stuttering because I can. What radar am I using? So this one is Radar Omega. Radar Omega is probably the best radar app you can get at its price, which is like $9. $9 USD. And it gives you warnings for the United States, Canada, Germany, and all sorts of other stuff like that. Now, there's also another radar that I use as well, and this would be more for the scientific aspect. So Radar Omega is for the general public. If you want one that's more for the scientific aspect, there's Radar Scope as well. Radar Scope also has warnings as well, but I believe you have to pay for something. Let me take a look. I just tipped over something, and I don't know what that was. I want to see real quickly. Okay, so yeah, you do have to pay for something on Radar Scope if you want warnings for Canada. So Radar Omega, if you didn't pay for anything, does give you warnings for Canada. You'd be able to track it there. Maryland should be fine for the most part, extreme weather, unless if you're in southern portions of Maryland. Like, not extreme southern portions, but like from the Baltimore-Washington highway. Baltimore-Washington highway is where I'd watch out for. I'm actually surprised that this thing has differential reflectivity. But pretty cool stuff, if I do say so myself. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. And they even indicate stuff like that. So, wow. I might actually use Omega and Scope more often. I'm going to be completely honest for you. Severe weather phobia here. Near Philly, how you doing? Philly should be fine for the most part. Their real window of opportunity to get severe weather is going to be later on this evening. Is Radar Scope good? It can be. Oh, that could potentially be on the ground. I'm surprised. They have not issued a tornado warning for this yet. It has a bounded weak echo region. It's surrounding itself in rain. I am very surprised. Huh. What about Edmonton? Edmonton should be fine, to be completely honest with you. Cause it's the US? Yes, it is cause it's the US. That I can actually agree with you all, because it's the US. But there is rotation here. Clearly from the Canadian radar, there is something here. I'm actually very curious as to whether or not they issue a tornado warning here. We could potentially, all right, we could be making history here today, guys. If Canada issues its first tornado warning, I think that would be the first ever tornado warning I've covered for Canada, which would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. All right, let's go back to areas like Albany real quickly. All right, so the one thing that I want to mention here real quickly, all right, as we take a look at the wide view of the radar, the main areas that seem to be impacted right now, or seem to be getting impacted, would be areas in northern New Jersey, extreme northeastern Pennsylvania, much of central and eastern New York, specifically eastern New York, as well as portions of Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut. All right, now Connecticut's not getting hit now, but they will be later by these strong damaging winds. And I would think it would be more of northwestern portions of Connecticut. If you're in southern portions of Connecticut, it might be a little bit before you guys actually get impacted. But for the most part, there is a lot of activity here that could indicate that there could be something active here. I want to go over, actually, would now be a good opportunity. Oh, that's a supercell heading off into into Quebec. There's also another storm that has rotation there too. I think I'm gonna take the time now real quickly to take a short break. Take a short break. Because I think the most active period of severe weather might be coming up here soon. So I think I'm gonna take a short, teeny break here. So don't step away. Don't step away. If you know anyone who lives on Ontario or Quebec, specifically in Eastern Ontario, I would tell them to watch out for the severe weather. If you're in Southern Quebec, like Montreal, if you know anyone who knows anyone who lives in Montreal, all right, I would tell them to watch out for this very closely. And then portions of Eastern New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, watch out for that very closely. Yeah, Allentown should be fine. They should be good. So yeah, I think I'm going to take a quick break real quickly. Just a quick one. Get some water and then come back up. And then we'll continue our coverage. So do not step away. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please share the information with them. So let me put up the status here and say, be right back. And if you see anyone who's in chat, tell them I'll be right back as well. All right. Yep. Give me a sec. And yeah, not Toronto area. So it'd be areas from Ottawa and eastward. Ottawa and eastward. All right, give me a sec. Okay. We are back from the dead. Back from the dead. I'm doing my best John Cena impression? Bruh. That is a bruh. Alright, well, I'm back. I am back. I'm alive and well. Had to do something there just real quickly. I want to mention, just for a second, because I knew that, eventually we'd get to this point, but we're getting close. I really do appreciate all the people who's gotten me up here, all the new subscribers and stuff like that. We're so close to 33,000 subscribers. So once again, all right, this is just one thing I keep saying that, I don't need money and stuff like that. I just need more people to watch and listen and stuff like that. And once again, we're hitting a new milestone. So I really do appreciate all the people who have helped supported the channel and stuff like that. Really does mean a lot. Because wouldn't be able to get to this point without you all. Yeah, so here we are. I try to, make it super quick. I try to make my breaks super quick. Take a little bit of a break. And whatnot. So, yeah. Hail in Ontario now. Not surprised. Not surprised, to be completely honest with you. Once again, there's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings now across the board in New York. We're starting to get reports now all the way back over near the Cedarville area of trees and wires down. So a lot of damage reports, not just from now, but even before, when it was over near the Binghamton areas and Scranton areas. We had reports of trees and wires down as well. So really interesting. What you got for Red Hook, New York? Bard College? Yeah, let me take a look real quickly. Red Hook, New York. I think you guys could get some severe weather tonight. I do think you guys could get some severe weather. So I would watch out. Let's take a look at the radar specifically. Albany. There we go. So yeah, I do think you guys could get some severe weather here soon. Near the Kingston area. There's a storm that's starting to move on through. Produce some spotty hail, but definitely some strong damaging winds. I think the strong damaging winds would be a little bit further towards the north. Towards areas like Xena and Saugerties. Or Saugerties. That also could be tornado warned here soon. Mount Airy, Maryland. Hey, I pass those areas all the time going to Baltimore. Mount Airy, let me take a look because I know exactly where that is. Right now, they're fine. There's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms, however, that could be trying to develop back over here towards the eastern panhandle of West Virginia along I-81. Now, you also see that there's a bit of a gap between these storms that are over here near Manassas and Warrenton that just got severe warned. So if you're over there, I'd watch out. But there's a gap between these storms and then a gap between the storms that are over in Winchester. So depending upon if any storms form within this gap would be your answer as to whether or not Mount Airy could get some activity. Personally, I think you guys could get some showers and thunderstorms, but I don't think they're going to be all too significant within your area, or at least not in my opinion, but you'll be able to find out here probably in about an hour. Hour to hour and a half. Yeah, listen, I really want to do Ontario and Quebec. I want to do all Canadian severe weather if I can. If I think it's going to be relatively significant, I want to try and cover it to the best of my abilities, because I want to expand to a new country, and I keep referencing, you know, Canada all the time in my severe weather videos or any of my videos for forecasts and stuff like that. So storms that were in Virginia Beach have now started to move off into the open water. There's still some activity over here near Poplar Branch, Grandy over here in North Carolina, so that'd be something to note, but there isn't really all too much severe weather activity. Yeah, that storm, severe storm heading off towards Washington, I'd watch out if you're in southern portions of DC. Could be something interesting to make, I should say, could be something interesting to watch for. Jeez. Yeah, I'm really surprised. There's 2 areas of rotations here on Omega. We're now starting to go into the Ontario, Quebec areas. Ontario, Quebec areas. And there's a lot of strong damaging winds, but there's also a little bit of rotation over here near Huntington. But these storms are relatively weak. I will note that. So, but there is rotation. There is rotation. And there is a tornado possible tag with these severe warnings as well. If we pull this up, you'll see, or at least I thought it said before. Nope, not anymore. There are more and more severe thunderstorm warnings, however, that are being issued for portions of Quebec. I will mention that. But I'm pretty sure I thought I saw that it had a tornado possible tag with the Impact Graphics project. Interesting. Monticello, New York, out of the huge risk area. Let me take a look here real quickly. Be that. Right next to Orange County. Oh, really? Well, then I would say no. I think you guys can get some activity. Unless if you're on the western side, then yes. You guys are done. Let's take a look. Let's see specifically. Oh, so you're over there. Yeah, you guys are done. You guys are good. You guys are good. Yeah, I think the storm over here near Medusa could be something to watch. Maybe a tornado warning could be warranted a little bit later. I'm not saying it's at that point to where it can produce a tornado right now, but later on could potentially see something. So we'll watch out for that. If you know anyone that lives in Albany, all right, there's no warnings for your area right now, but I would watch out for it. Check South Central Pennsylvania. Yeah, look, we look pretty good over here. No, for real. Those storms over there in South Central PA along the I-81 corridor and east of that, towards the Gettysburg, Chambersburg area, all the way down into portions of the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, they're fine for right now. I'd be more concerned a little bit later on in the evening when they progress further east, so. Yeah. Supercells possible near the DC area, east of DC. DC rarely gets supercells. This will be interesting for me. Yeah, there's a storm that is approaching DC, so that is something to note. Got a report of trees down on the roadway there along the border of Massachusetts and New York. The storm that approached Pittsfield has now disintegrated, which is the good news. I'm trying to look back and forth between Omega on the left and the high resolution radar on the right. This storm might be producing some significant damaging winds. I'm not going to lie. At minimum, large hail. Yeah, I'm looking at this right here. And as I pull out my pen, there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here for St. Hyacinthe, as well as St. Libory over here in Quebec. Okay, if you know anyone that lives over there near the St. Pie area, there's a storm that could be producing some very strong damaging winds. There could be a storm that could produce some really strong damaging winds within that area. I would not be surprised. You see how bright these greens are within this area right there. You see how bright the greens are. So this is near St. Pie, St. Jean Baptiste, as well as St. Hyacinthe. St. Hyacinthe. You guys need to watch out for this very, very closely because there's a storm that's about to move out through that area. So this would be near Highway 20 and Highway 116 within your area. If you know anyone that lives over there in portions of Quebec, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, stay away from windows, and bring everything that is valuable indoors so that they do not get damaged. But so I would watch out for that. This would be north of Granby. So Granby's right there. This would be north of that over here, approaching the Highway 20 general vicinity. So this is due east of Montreal. Due east of Montreal. There's also multiple areas of rotation over here near Ogdensburg, but I don't think they're doing too much right now. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, however, with this. No tornado possible tag, which is interesting, but still. Something really interesting. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the high-resolution radar. And there might be something tornadic, once again, near Medusa, as well as areas near Westerlo. That'll be heading off towards the Albany area. I'm not saying they are actually producing a tornado right now, but there could potentially be something tornadic, I should say, that can move off into that area. So I'd watch out if you're in Albany. Definitely something to make a note of. Amsterdam, not Amsterdam, Amsterdam, as well as Gloversville, Johnstown. They're going to be hit by these strong damaging winds here soon. Areas along I-87 need to watch out as well. Because I'd say in about, an hour? Actually, less than that. About 45 minutes, everyone on I-87 could be hit by some very strong damaging winds at least. And maybe even have a couple of some tornadic rotations within that area too. St. Lawrence County in New York, are they going to be safe? Let me take a look real quickly. Glad you're new, Mark. I try to cover as much as I possibly can. Of course, there's all sorts of severe weather all over the place. There's all sorts of weather all over the place. So I try to help out as much as I possibly can. But if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. Either myself or someone else will try and answer them. And of course, I try to call out other areas that could potentially be impacted too, so that if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you could tell them, hey, this stuff could be happening. So St. Lawrence County, New York, yeah, they're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's what we were looking at over here near Ogdensburg, I should say. DeKalb, Pierpont, as well as Russell and Governor, I should say. So I'd watch out for that, but otherwise. What happened to the storms that are supposed to be in eastern PA? There's very little clouds. That's because the storms that are supposed to hit eastern PA are in south central PA right now. You can see right here, there's a cell that is over in, or at least south of Harrisburg, all the way down to the Thurmont area. That could potentially be a supercell that's trying to develop. And I know that sounds stupid to most of you all, but it's along an outflow, well, actually, it's not along an outflow boundary. It's along South Mountain right now, which is pretty interesting. I actually kind of want to see. I want to look out my window here real quickly. Is that storm doing anything relevant? It looks relevant. It's pretty far away. There's also another storm south of me. That would be the one near Hagerstown. But yeah, that might be the storm to watch. If these storms can continue to maintain, they'll be heading off to the northern portions of Baltimore along I-83, and then eventually they could be approaching the Philadelphia areas. That'd be something to watch. Live near Albany, the sky looks nasty moving in. Yeah, if you know anyone that lives in Albany, I'd highly recommend telling them that if they have any valuables outside, bring them in. That includes pets. And if you are outside, get inside too. There's also the potential, all right, there's a small chance for something to be tornadic around that area as well. I'm seeing something within the line that could, it's kind of like a pattern that I notice, could potentially try and develop something here. So I would watch out for it. It would be near the Westerlo area. And of course, that would eventually head off towards the Albany metropolitan area. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. But for right now, very strong damaging winds that are moving in their areas. So once again, if you know anyone that lives in Albany, I would highly recommend telling people to go ahead and start taking their proper precautions and getting into a sturdy structure, because these storms are going to try and produce strong damaging winds. They could topple trees and power lines, and flying debris, you know, may be deadly to those caught without shelter. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Yeah, okay, Rob. Okay, Rob. Greencastle is looking fine. I can look down around Greencastle if you want me to real quickly. It's actually pretty breezy. But it's fine. It's fine. Yep, I keep trying to switch in between the maps all the time. There's some times where I forget to switch the map, so I apologize if people are like waiting there like, are you gonna show us? You gonna do something? But no, there you go. So there's the line that's approaching Albany. Schenectady, I think that's how it's pronounced. Schenectady. There you go. I think we got it. Schenectady. They're about to get hit by these strong storms as well. I don't see anything. I mean, I see something that could have a very weak, very weak rotation. I don't see too much, so I think that's fine. But yeah, there's a storm that's approaching Albany here soon. That's probably going to produce some strong damaging winds, or at least more than likely is going to. So I'd watch out for that. Really ominous clouds that was just sent to me on Twitter. If you want to send stuff to me on Twitter, please be sure to do so at Nate_Snyder. This is the storm in Manassas. Very ominous over here. Very dark clouds. Maybe something on the southern side over here. That's something interesting to note. But a lot of large hail with that storm too. And let's actually go to that storm down towards the, let's actually go towards the cell over here. Damage threat considerable tag. Wow. Damage threat considerable tag for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here heading into Manassas. So if you're in Manassas, get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. That is not legit. Excuse me. Hold up. Give me a second. Schenectady. All right, so Schenectady. That's what it's pronounced. My bad. There isn't a camera over here in Manassas. I was going to say, if there's like a camera over here near Dale City specifically. I've been to Dale City a couple times too, which is kind of funny. But if there's like a camera over there, it would have been like, you know, probably would have been the best case scenario. Because then we'd be able to point some stuff out. But yeah, that's a nasty looking cell. And it does have a couple areas of rotation over here near Brentsville. So that might be something to note here. Schenectady. There you go. Got it. Got it. Live in Rockville? Oh, I pass through Rockville all the time to get to DC. I also take the Shady Grove light rail when I need to. So that's another thing. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Love to see people who live within my area come out to the stream. Or at least areas that I'm very familiar to. Because, yeah, I can't tell you how many times I drove 81 or 70 or 270 or 95. Went on Highway 40. You know, it's just all sorts of... It's really cool to me seeing a bunch of stuff. Alexandria camera? There could be a camera in Alexandria. I actually think there is a camera in Alexandria. Probably the National Harbor. Is it that? It is in the National Harbor. I've actually been down there too. Very ominous skies in the background of that too. So we might come back to that camera a little bit later on. We might actually. No cam at Dulles. Dulles is too far north. Dulles is over here along 267. So that would be the Dulles Turnpike. Dulles Toll Road, I should say, not Turnpike. Fairfax is also too north to where I want to see. I want to see something that's relatively far south. You know, Alexandria may not be able to even do it either. Just to think, I could have chased this day too. I could have went down to Fairfax, down south of that. Well, probably not Fairfax. Fairfax is a terrible place to chase. Terrible place to chase. There's so much traffics there. Traffics, plural. Hello, English. There's so much traffic here in DC. It's not even funny sometimes. But this thing has a left flank velocity enhancement. This thing is tornadic, surprisingly. Even though it does not have a high amount of shear. So that's kind of funny. Yeah, Richmond, I only foresee them getting scattered showers and thunderstorms. All right, let's go back to Albany here. Let's go back to Albany. I don't see any new tornado warnings that have been issued for Ontario or Quebec. So that's the good news there. I still think that there's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds that are going to move off towards St. Hyacinth. So I would watch out for that. But Albany's about to get hit here by the line. Or at least they're going to get hit here, probably within the next 15 minutes. So pretty long line extending on through. I would not be surprised if they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this line, but, you know, with how long they've been taking to issue this warning, if they were going to issue it. They canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for areas near Watertown, so that's interesting. They still also keep the enhanced risk for Philadelphia. Baltimore, Washington is now out of the enhanced risk. They're still in a slight risk, and they still are going to be impacted. They notice how they keep the slight and the marginal risk for York and Lancaster because of those showers and thunderstorms from Thurmont and Gettysburg. So Philadelphia still seems to be in the risk here today. New York just barely outside of the enhanced risk. Just barely outside of the 3 out of 5. New alert for Quebec. There's a lot of rainfall warnings over there, I will say that much. Thunderstorms near Allentown, but it's not severe. Yeah. A lot of those storms are not really expected to be too severe. But as they continue to progress eastward, they possibly could be. extended the severe thunderstorm warning. Well, that makes sense. Should have chased. Yeah, that would be nice. So let's go back to the damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like this thing could potentially be producing some significantly large hail as well. I would not be surprised if that was the case. How's Hamburg, PA look? Hamburg. Let me take a look. Yeah, Allentown should be fine for the most part. Canceled all school activities in the Chesapeake in the Chesapeake City area, really? Yeah, this storm looks pretty strong. What is this in Clifton? This is not legit. These storms, if you guys have any pictures of this storm, I really want to see it because these are probably one of the cooler shots that we'll be able to see. Yeah, Hamburg, not really expected to be too significant, to be completely honest with you. How does Bel Air, Maryland look? Bel Air, in my honest opinion, I think they're going to be fine for the most part. You know, these storms you can see off near the Thermont area, they are going to be moving off into your area eventually. Now, they can be severe. They could be severe. It's probably a good chance that it will be severe. But I think from the looks of it, unless if more thunderstorms form south of it. So obviously there's more storms that are along the I-81 corridor. But I'm talking about specifically with this thunderstorm here. If it extends further south, you could potentially get some activity that could move off over there. So David is quiet and not saying nothing. I don't know what he's doing. I haven't been paying attention to other YouTube channels and stuff like that. All I know is that we all try to do the same thing to get the word out, but I guess no words have been spoken. But yeah, that storm here in Manassas definitely is a storm to watch. Definitely is a storm to watch. Signed up for National Weather Service spotter training for tomorrow evening. Guess they scheduled the class at least a day too early. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that all too well. But it happens. It happens. All right, so I'm going to pull this over here. I'm going to go to the half and half screen here. And above us is the National Harbor. All right, so that's in Alexandria. Alexandria, what status would be the best for this? So let's pull this up. Alexandria. This would be Virginia. And you can see the ominous skies in the background. I mean, those are like really very, very, very dark. Actually, let's go full and let's turn this off for right now. I mean, look at that there. All right, you can see the very ominous skies that are in the background right now. And they could potentially get some activity. So that would be something to watch out for. What about Salisbury? Salisbury is a bit of a tricky one, in my honest opinion. All right, because you guys are, once again, you're not in the mainland part of, you know, the United States. You're on the Delmarva Peninsula. I mean, you technically are, but you aren't, in my honest opinion. And so, for me, the question really is, do I think that this storm in Manassas heading towards DC right now could potentially get towards Salisbury? I personally think it's going to be further north of you all. So I think Salisbury could get some general thunderstorms within their area. There's actually thunderstorms that are forming near the Lexington Park area near Montrose. So that could be something to watch out for a little bit later on. But from the immediate threat, I don't think they could see a whole lot. U.S.-Canada border, small funnels, less than 50 kilometers away, no injuries. Well, that's good. Oh, it's gonna be one of those sky cameras that zoom back in and out and make me have to redo it. How bad is Fairfax? Fairfax, I think, you know, if you're a little bit closer to 66, I think you're gonna be fine. There's gonna be a lot of scattered showers and maybe even some spotty hail, but if you're on the southern portions of Fairfax, say near like Clifton, Fairfax Station, West Springfield, areas along Highway 123, heading off towards the Woodbridge area. So basically, the closer and closer you are towards 95, the higher the risk for severe weather there is for your area. So if you're in like actual Fairfax, you're 66, you're fine. But if you're south of that, you're going to get a lot of hail, you're going to get a lot of damaging winds. So I'd watch out for that. Flights into New York LaGuardia have been held at their origin until 5 due to storms in the area, according to FlightAware. Sheesh. Love Montreal? I can see why. All right, most areas in Canada, in my opinion, are like really nice. People are nice there. The weather is really interesting. I just got a picture here. Someone just sent in this in Manassas. You can see the spotty hail in some of these areas as well. So there is some interesting amounts of hail that is starting to fall. Doesn't seem to be super significant at this time, but there is still definitely really interesting shot here. Storms approaching Bethesda? That isn't a storm approaching Bethesda, Chief. Bethesda is very far to the north compared to where the storm is at. Once again, if you know anyone that lives in Alexandria, Wellington, Mount Vernon, Pollock, Newington, you guys probably should watch out. If you're more towards like I-66, once again, as I said, so even if you're inside the Beltway, so like Arlington, DC, I think you guys should be fine. You might be a little too far north. But if your area is along the southern side of the Beltway, okay, so if you're along 495 or 95, technically it's 495 across the board when you're down there. For whatever reason, the radar says 95 here. All right, but the entire Beltway is 495. And so if you live along the southern portions of the Beltway, near Alexandria, and south of that, along 95, you need to watch out, because the potential for some strong, severe weather is possible within your area. You have some grandparents in Bethesda? Can you check there? Bethesda's fine. Bethesda's too far north. I don't anticipate too much. All right, let's go back over to Albany. And whoop-de-doo, there is a giant severe thunderstorm warning for Albany. Are we really surprised at this point? Probably not. But you can see here, Albany's about to get impacted within the next, I'd say, 5 minutes. Move home, because that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. I am gimmicking all over my radar. Yeah, within the next 5 minutes, Albany's about to get hit here. So I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised if you got some activity. And if you know anyone that lives in Albany, I would tell them, if they haven't already, now is the time to get their valuables and bring them inside, such as pets, you know, cars, put them in a carport of some sort, any sort of other stuff. They are anticipating, or I am anticipating them, I should say, to get some activity here soon. That could potentially be an upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So, Albany, all right, need to really get in your safe space. So please be sure, if you haven't already, share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. Because there's a lot of populous areas that are getting impacted right now. We have Albany, and we have DC, and the surrounding areas around DC. So let's look back at the storm here again. Occoquan seems to be right in the crosshairs. Areas near Newington, West Springfield, Fairfax Station, south of that near Clifton. Hybla Valley, Mount Vernon, Wellington, Rose Hill Farms. You guys are pretty much in the crosshairs. Areas south of Andrews Air Force Base, maybe even at Andrews Air Force Base, they're in the crosshairs as well. Woodbridge, they're probably in the crosshairs for this storm. They might actually be a little bit too far south for the large hail aspect, but the strong damaging wind aspect, I do think they will see some more activity. So if you know anyone who lives within any of those areas, all right, specifically in southern portions of DC, okay? So Alexandria and south towards Wellington and Woodbridge along the Potomac River, you need to tell them to get indoors now. They need to get indoors, and they need to stay away from windows. And if they have any pets, they need to bring them in as well. All right, because there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag here, which is a 2 out of 3 on the severe weather or the severe thunderstorm warning scale, more or less. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Please share the information. Or if you are watching this live, you now take in this information and you now actually, well, get into a sturdy structure now. All right, let's take a look at our live view from Alexandria. This is a little bit to the north of where the main activity is going to be at. But it's going to be really interesting to note here because the visibility as of the past, 15, 20 minutes has gone down. Are there people in this Ferris wheel? More than likely. The Ferris wheel is enclosed, though. You can see that they have these little capsules. These little capsules that they're in. But visibility is pretty much gone within some of these areas over here. It hasn't fully approached Alexandria quite yet, but it's getting there. It's getting there. It is getting there. This camera continues to kind of be Monka-esque, so that's nice. So if you're watching this here live, or if you're listening to this live, all right, there's a severe thunderstorm warning here now. The storm, or these lines of storms, could be moving on through, producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, as well as half-dollar sized hail. And it's hitting I-95 right now. All right, so Springfield, Newington, Powick, Occoquan, as well as Woodbridge, Mount Vernon, Wellington, Alexandria, all those areas that I just called out for, they're now getting impacted by this strong storm here, south of DC. So this is during rush hour right now. And they are... There's a lot of activity that is really surging, okay? That's the main thing that we can take away from this right now. Visibility in Alexandria is starting to go down significantly. You can see Alexandria over here in the distance, and the significant amounts of rain is starting to get closer and closer. Just saw a flash of lightning there that reflected off of the Potomac River. Very black in Albany. Let me take a look and see what's happening in Albany again, because there's some very strong damaging winds that are moving on through. I don't see a tornado within any of these areas. But there is some very strong damaging winds. Albany, once again, they're getting hit right now. So if you're in Albany, now's the time for you to get in your safe space if you haven't already. All right, because these storms are, this is the line here. This is the main line that is starting to surge on through. And it is starting to produce some strong damaging winds across the board. And it is now also in a place to where the Hudson River falls along and all that wind gets channeled into a specific area. So please, if you haven't already, if you're along I-87, you need to get into a sturdy structure. What is that shot right there? Look at that here real quickly, chat. What in the world? Is this the reflection of the cloud or is this the rain? The heck is that? Isn't that some sketchy stuff? People are now starting to run away from the Ferris wheel. Ferris wheel is now stopped because the storms have now approached. Sheesh. It's also a storm near North Adams that also is trying to do something too. Let's go back to the storm in southern DC. Let's pull up the radar here. And this thing continues to produce some very large amounts of hail. Very large amounts of hail. Also a lot of areas to where there's some very strong damaging winds too. Marshall Hall, Piscataway, Bryan's Road, Marshall Hall once again. Brandywine outside of the severe thunderstorm warning needs to watch out. Mattawoman, as well as Rosaryville and Upper Marlboro. You guys need to watch out for this storm now. You guys are the next people in line. What about us in Quebec? The storm is right on me. Let's take a look real quickly. That's not what I wanted to take a look at because I think I actually did the thing down. Let's take a look. There we go. Holy. Remind me not to minimize images. You can definitely tell I'm a little bit tired. But Quebec, I think they're fine. Ottawa is now getting the activity. So I mentioned earlier they are going to get a lot of activity. And it's not severe at the moment, but they are getting a lot. Yeah, I know. Caught in 4K. You can tell I'm a little bit tired. I really need to fix... I've always said I was going to fix my background, and I still haven't. Maybe I'll do that when I move everything over to the new room. And that was poetry in motion, wasn't it? It says, let's take a look at, and then... Oh, nope. There you go. I was going to say, send the link, Brandon. I can't do that. I'm focusing on other stuff. It's easier for me to click it. But yeah, I see a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. I don't see too much activity over here in Quebec, even though we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The only area that I see that's pretty impactful is the storm near St. Hyacinthe. think that's the only thing. So if your area is north of that, along the St. Lawrence River, near St. Anne de Sorel, I'd probably watch out for some strong damaging winds, but I don't see anything tornadic within these storms, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, Ottawa, they're now getting hit by the strong storms. I don't see anything too significant wind-wise, and I'm sure the person who is in chat from Ottawa, which, by the way, hello. It's pretty cool seeing people from Canada in the chat and stuff like that, which, as I said, I plan to do more severe weather coverage for Canada. I plan to do so, because I really want to try and cover more Canadian events. But yeah, I do see a lot of stuff over there, just not a whole lot of tornadic stuff. So I think you guys should be fine. Jasmine, I already thought you were in shelter. Didn't you say you were in shelter? If you're already in shelter, you need to stay in shelter. Don't go back outside during the middle of the thing. Because then you could get impacted. A lot of strong damaging winds approaching the Petersburg and Cherry Plain areas here in New York. Let's actually go to the let's go to the full screen. Cherry Plain and North Adams areas to the east of Albany, they're going to get hit by some strong damaging winds here soon. I would not be surprised if they actually did damage threat considerable tag with that severe thunderstorm warning. Honestly, would not be surprised. Mrs. Hello, hello. What's up? Welcome to the stream. They edited it for still 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. So now, Woodbridge, it looks like the line is now passed through you. Woodbridge seems to be in the clear as of right now. Same thing with Dale City. Jeez. And I even have been to Dale City. I said Dale City. That is really stupid. But yeah, Wellington, Piscataway, Accokeek, as well as Clinton, Rosaryville, Brandywine, Mattawoman, Waldorf. I've been to Waldorf a couple of times. White Plains, Bennsville. They're all going to be impacted here relatively soon by some very strong damaging winds. Specifically the areas near Piscataway and Brandywine. I do think they could see some activity. What about north of DC? If you're talking about within the Beltway, I just see a lot of just scattered showers, maybe some spotty hail, but not really too much. I think you guys should be pretty good for the most part. And that'd be the same thing with areas near Rockville, Laurel, all the way up along 270 to Frederick. Same thing with I-70 right now. It looks like those storms did not really materialize to the extent of what some of the models said it would, although there is storms that are over in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, so we'll see as to how that continues to progress further and further. I'll even look out my window to see if I can see these showers and thunderstorms. What is that? What is that? There's a literal storm right on top of me here in South Central PA. This is weird. Oh, I can see the anvil of the storm in DC. Yeah, that storm in DC is prominent if I can see it from all the way over here. That's kind of crazy. But yeah. It's nice to see people who live near I-70 and I-270 and 81 come out. Once again, I said it earlier in the stream, but, I've been through these areas so many times. 695, 83, 95, all across those areas. Even Highway 50 and Interstate 97, all sorts of other areas and stuff like that. It's pretty cool seeing people who live within these areas that I've traveled through that are on the stream. So that's really cool to me. So yeah, I'm a local guy. who doesn't exactly live within these areas, but has traveled within these areas a lot. So if you want to stick around to the channel, feel free to do so. Yeah, it is Mattawoman. There it is. Mattawoman. Mattawoman. What about Saratoga? They are getting some strong damaging winds. South Central Connecticut, I think they should be fine for the most part. They are going to see some residual showers and thunderstorms probably an hour from now. But I think you guys should be fine. Pictures of the hail, send it on Twitter. Yeah, I did show the pictures of hail earlier. I did. I look tall. I'm definitely not tall. If you want to qualify 5'10" as tall, then sure. But I'm definitely not tall. New severe thunderstorm warning, damage threat considerable. This now includes Marlborough. Holy crap. I pronounced it right earlier, and now I can't pronounce it to save my life. Marlborough, as well as Mattawoman, Waldorf specifically, if you're near Waldorf. La Plata. Although La Plata seems to be a little bit more towards the south, so I think they should be fine. They'll see, just general gusts, but I don't think it'll be super significant. Hughesville, Prince Frederick, as well as Shady Side, Tracy Landing, and that general area. So I'd watch out. What about Crofton, east of Bowie? I think you guys should be fine. I think you're too far north. I actually, ironically, chased in Crofton. I think it was, 2 years ago in 2020? There was a tornado that went near the Annapolis area. And I was near Crofton, and I passed through that to chase some of the stuff over there. But yeah, I chased near Annapolis. There was a tornado over here in EF1 that I chased. It was pretty cool. Yeah, no, I'm not 6'11". I wish. I wish I was like 6 foot. But gotta learn to love yourself. That's a giant severe thunderstorm warning that basically outlines everywhere except for Montreal. So I don't know why they have issued this severe thunderstorm warning, to be completely honest with you. Because it looks like the storms have deteriorated significantly. But hey, I mean, why not? Why not? Getting reports of damage in Manassas of trees down on houses. So the storm has consistently been doing what the National Weather Service has said it was going to do. And I'm not exactly too surprised that that is the case and how this storm is continuing to progress this way. So if you know anyone that lives in Chesapeake Beach, Waldorf, Marlborough, Rosaryville, let's actually get the status up here so that you guys can see, because it's obviously not in New York. It's in Maryland. There you go. And if you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend telling them to watch out for this very, very closely. Strong damaging winds, spotty hail. Can't say that there's going to be the threat for tornadoes, but, tornadoes, there's always the chance for a tornado, so. Those clouds are really low with that. That's crazy. Severe thunderstorm watch? They did issue a severe thunderstorm watch. That's hilarious. My gosh. They issued a severe thunderstorm watch for DC and Baltimore. That's hilarious. They issued it a while back. But they did. That's hilarious. I didn't think that would happen. About Severna Park? Are they gonna get hit? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Yeah, I love how when I was in the severe thunderstorm watch, I couldn't get anything to save my life. I think Severna Park's gonna be fine. You guys are well north of Annapolis, and Annapolis isn't even expected to get a whole lot of activity. But you guys are probably gonna see a lot of scattered showers within your area. That I wouldn't be too surprised about. Any update for Albany? Let me take a look. The line is starting to pass on through now. So it is going to be starting to get into a weakening phase for you all. Storms will gradually start to weaken, and I think you guys should be fine. Areas at least in Albany and South Albany. Wait, my own headphones is unsubscribing? How could you do this to me? Not for real. All right, take care. Stay safe out there. How's Greenville, North Carolina looking for severe storms? Not really too significant tonight, in my honest opinion. I think you guys should be fine for the most part. Severe thunderstorm warning for Greendale, Pennsylvania. Really? 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 That makes a lot of sense. That totally makes a lot of sense. Also, wouldn't my thing be, like, blowing up? Oh, no, it is clearly dead. It's clearly dead. Yeah, shame on the headphones, my own thing that I wear. My headphones has betrayed me. Oh, that's hilarious. That's amazing. That probably made my day. All right, we're going to the local radar now. That's it. That's it. We're going to the local radar. We're seeing what's happening with this thing. Wait, this is Andrews Air Force Base radar. Sent camera for Baltimore. I do need cameras for Baltimore, but I think Baltimore is gonna be fine. Why didn't I go chase today? Because I still have COVID, so not gonna do that while I have COVID. Now the thing of it is that I am starting to get a lot better, and there is the potential. All right, there is the potential, and I said potential. All right, that does not mean I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying that there's a 15% that's right next to my house. So good chase that day. This would be on Saturday. Good chase on Saturday. We also have a big risk there for Friday and for Thursday too. I don't really know what to make for Thursday. I know what to make for Wednesday. Kentucky needs to watch out. True facts. Tomorrow's weird too. Practically everywhere is weird in May. Excuse me. My voice just got all raspy all of a sudden. Silver Spring, you guys should be fine. You guys are getting some just general showers and thunderstorms, in my honest opinion. I don't foresee you guys getting a whole lot of significant activity. Even though there's a severe thunderstorm watch in your area, I don't think it'll get that far north in regards to how significant the activity could be in your area. But there is a storm that's over here that's approaching the Bethesda area. I don't know why it's not indicated here. It has Chevy Chase over Bethesda, even though Bethesda is a larger area than Chevy Chase. That clearly makes a lot of sense. But you know what? Oh well. Oh well. I have considered the following. I'm completely fine. I'm completely fine. I have not felt the real effects of COVID. And I've had it for a while, but I haven't really had a whole lot. How's Buffalo? Buffalo's fine. I expect some general showers and thunderstorms in the area, but I don't anticipate them getting a whole lot for this evening, so you guys should be fine. Can you take a picture of your view of the DC cell and throw it on Discord if you don't mind? Can I see it still? I can see the anvil. I can't see the actual full-fledged storm. So it's probably not you're probably not going to see a whole lot. But yeah, I can see the anvil. The storm that's all the way in DC. Which is still pretty crazy to me. That tells me that that storm's pretty high up in the sky. Storm went through Orange County, New York. Strong one, though power was not lost, so that's good news. Kind of concerned for Friday. Should you be any major event? I'll wait until probably tomorrow to make that decision. This is really interesting. A lot of flights are now staging, okay, because they're not trying to pass through this. A lot of flights are actually south of this thunderstorm right here. Yeah, that is a really tall thunderstorm. My goodness. They're staging right here near La Plata because they do not want to be impacted by this thunderstorm in any way. A lot of turbulence within this area, so yeah, I'd watch out. Flights are definitely going to get delayed heading towards DC BWI. Anything for Southern Ontario to be concerned with? Does the severe weather scale go into Canada, or is it only the US? It's only the US, but I still cover Canada. So, basically, I will try to more or less give you guys a scale as to what you guys can get. How's Fort Wayne, Indiana doing? Just got word from them that they had hail there today. They're not really getting a whole lot. There's just some scattered showers and thunderstorms, so nothing too significant. They could get some activity, however, on Thursday or Friday, so I'd watch out for that. Is that thunder that's currently sounding outside my house? Probably. Is that the aliasing? How's Cincinnati looking? I think they're going to be fine, to be completely honest with you. I don't see too much happening with them. Is this thing really de-aliasing? Well, it's going right over the radar, so it's almost impossible for me to tell now. Let's go to Washington National. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation near Brandywine. What is that? The potential for a spin-up is possible. Is there a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning? No, it's just damage threat considerable. I'd watch out All right, Chesapeake Bay or not, yeah, just Chesapeake Bay in general. All right, I wasn't wrong in saying Chesapeake Bay, but if Chesapeake Beach, Willows, Tracy's Landing, I'd watch out. I'd watch out. There's a little bit of rotation over there. And if you actually stepped outside, all right, you guys have a lot of time before the storm gets over into your area. You probably could be able to see a really nice wall cloud. I'm not gonna lie. If someone who lives within that area in Chesapeake Beach is on Twitter, please be sure to at me because I'm really curious as to what that picture is. But otherwise, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you probably need to tell them to get indoors and start bringing all their stuff into a sturdy structure. But yeah, Prince Frederick, Willows, Chesapeake Beach, Tracy's Landing. You're going to get impacted by the storm here real soon. But you do have a little bit of time before it does get into your area. Is Dunkirk safe? Your dad lives there? Dunkirk's in the path. Dunkirk is in the path. And they're going to be directly impacted by the large hail. The strong damaging winds, maybe not. I think the strong damaging winds will be more on the backside. But the large hail, they are going to be impacted. The one area that is in the clear as of right now, even though there's been a lot of reports of damage and large hail across the board, I-95. I-95 from Montclair all the way up towards Alexandria. You're getting a lot of showers and thunderstorms, but it's not really super significant in my honest opinion. Although there is a lot of reports of damage of trees down across the board, and there even is some quarter-sized hail reports. There's also a damage report over here near Piscataway of numerous trees and power lines down, so that is something to note. Southern Delaware, I don't foresee them getting impacted significantly. These storms are just a lot of just general showers and thunderstorms for the most part, but I'll look for it. I'll continue to inform you guys. You're piloting a 737 over La Plata currently? Yeah, okay. Press X to doubt. Cherry Hill, New Jersey, chance for tornado lower now? It's always been pretty low throughout the day. It's been more severe weather that you guys are going to be getting. So I do think that you guys can still get it. It'll just be later on this evening because there are some of these showers and thunderstorms that are moving off into your area now. By the way, if there's anybody that's going to say that this event busted, when the event started, it was a 2% chance for tornadoes. So just go away. Go away. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight here real quickly. All right. Environmental Canada has issued numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. So here is the severe thunderstorm warning line right within there. And it practically outlines everywhere except for Montreal. Funny stuff. The only thing about it is that there's a storm near Hemingford that's heading towards Montreal, so they might actually get a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. Would not be surprised. Is Albany safe? They should be now. Why did lights just flicker? Why is that a developing thunderstorm outside my window? And why is it windy all of a sudden? This does not make any sense. But you know what? I'm done guessing. I'm done guessing. I'm definitely not muted because I can see on my screen that I am still talking. So. Yep, no problem, Redzler. Phoenixville ain't even raining? Yeah, it's not gonna get your rain right now. It's gonna be later on this evening. Kind of chair do I have? I don't know. It's just a gaming chair. It's a broken gaming chair. I just hit my head off of the microphone chair, you know? Do I have an Instagram or Twitter? Yes, I have both. If you want to send in pictures, please be sure to send them in. It would be easier for you to send it in and have it be shown on stream if it was from Twitter. But I can understand if you send it on Instagram. I just can't guarantee it being shown on stream. Ping pong ball size tail. Look at this population here, ladies and gentlemen, real quickly. This is the severe thunderstorm warning with the damage threat considerable tag. And look at this. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, ping pong ball size tail. But look at how many the population is. How large the population is. Almost 200,000 people that live within this area. That right there is that's what you get for living near DC. What's the Twitter? @Nate_Snyder. So if you want to send stuff on Twitter, the link is in the chat right now. Let's go back to Sterling's radar because this storm is going. All right, Chesapeake Beach. All right, I know there's a viewer who lives in Chesapeake Beach. If you're still watching here, you probably need to go ahead and bring everything that's valuable outdoors, bring it indoors. So if you have a car, put it in a carport. Long Island was in a slight chance and we literally got no rain. That's because your event hasn't even started yet. Look, the strong damaging winds are over there, over here in the portions of New York and, well, eastern New York, I should say, and Massachusetts. And then you have these storms back here that linger on behind this that are expected to intensify later on. Geez, I'm stuttering all over myself. So I would watch, especially since they updated it literally an hour ago. They still think that there could be some activity. Do I storm chase? Yeah, I could be storm chasing on Saturday, hypothetically. Is there a chance for hail or a tornado within all these storms? Possibly. Within the storm up in Albany, however, probably not. I think it's going to be a more strong damaging wind risk. Although there could be a spin up or two within the line. My goodness, there's a lot of very strong damaging winds. Reported damage over here south of Albany of trees down on wires, so it has done damage. Check future radars. Let's check the HRRR, shall we? What do you mean it doesn't hit you? There's a storm right there that hits Long Island. Let's go to the next one. There's another storm that hits Long Island. There's two of them that hits Long Island. Your event's over at 9 o'clock tonight. Your event's completely over at 9 o'clock tonight. So the HRRR here says to just have patience. Let's go to the 19Z. Yeah, you get more thunderstorms. You still have a chance for thunderstorms over here. Your time period to getting it would be around 7 to 9. 7 to 9 is when that's really expected to be within your area. There are definitely thunderstorms that are possible within this area, so I would just wait. Now, whether or not they're going to be severe or not, who knows? But you're going to get thunderstorms. You're going to at least get rain. Would I be live tomorrow if the risk was changed to an enhanced risk? And that enhanced risk would mainly be due to winds, not tornadoes? Probably not. I think tomorrow I would make a video if that was the case. But we're in a 45 wind and got a moderate rain shower in Baltimore. Yeah, earlier they took out the 45 wind and the 5% chance for tornadoes. So that kind of happened. This is in Danbury, in Connecticut. And really nice skies out ahead of it. Probably because they're not seeing a whole lot there at the moment. But they will get some stuff later on. That's really nice. It's a really nice view over there. This is in Harleysville. And you can see the contrast. Very similar to what I'm looking at outside, actually. If I were able to show you guys what's happening outside, I would. But it's actually a lot sunnier over here now. Before it was pretty, like, kind of mostly cloudy. There was some activity. But, yeah, you have the dark clouds over here. And then you have the bright clouds, and you have the rain in the background, too. So definitely a storm that just passed on through that general area. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, let's go back to the storm of all storms that is about to slam the Chesapeake Beach. And once again, if you know anyone who lives in the Chesapeake Beach, you need to tell them that they need to probably get into some form of sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because there's going to be some large amounts of hail. Large amounts of hail. That's going to follow. Yeah, Chesapeake Beach, anywhere along State Highway 4 and 2. Guys need to watch. Eventually, alright, cough, cough, don't mean any ill to all the friends in Easton, even though they beat me in the hockey championship, my last year of hockey that I played. No ill will to you all, but, you know, you got a storm that's heading off in your area here in about a half an hour. I didn't say that. I did say that. I didn't say that. But anyways, yeah. Easton is going to get a hit here in about a half an hour, so I'd watch. Large hail, strong damaging winds, once again, is going to be the story. But before that, Chesapeake Beach is going to get slammed here. No problem, no problem. Alright, hey, listen, I understand. I got put in a severe thunderstorm watch, so you may not be in a severe thunderstorm watch unless if you're, like, from Hempstead and further towards NYC, okay? But I got put in a severe thunderstorm watch this morning, and I didn't get squat, okay? I live here in southern Pennsylvania, and I didn't get squat. You see this little thunderstorm? This little thunderstorm missed me. I didn't get anything. It's my favorite team. When I grew up, it was the Washington Capitals. Now it's kind of half. Now I favor more, I should say. It's not half. I have a favorite team now, and then I have a second favorite team. But it's the Columbus Blue Jackets, and then the Washington Capitals. Because the Jackets, they reminded me of how my teams played hockey, so. In Philadelphia, do I think you can get some storms? Yes, but later on this evening. A lot later on this evening. So probably an hour or two from now. Excuse me. I'll look at it here in a second, Redzor. Nate becomes a Canucks fan. I do cheer for the Canucks too. But that's only because the Canucks are, in my opinion, a lovable team. They're just a really fun team to watch or to get behind, more or less. I don't know. I like cheering for underdogs. Because they remind me of the type of hockey that I played. So, That's kind of funny. Wait a second. Oh. Well, that makes sense. Will I be live when the storms hit Rhode Island so you can send me pictures on Twitter? Probably not. Rhode Island's not in a huge risk for severe weather. You got an Elvis Murs Black Diamond hockey card? That's really nice. You're a Devils fan? You guys are kind of half and half. You guys are in the middle of a rebuild, but then you guys are also kind of still thinking that you guys still have talent. You guys are lucky that you got the second overall pick, though. Gonna be completely honest with you. No way Vegas signs Barry Trotz. I swear if they do, I'm gone. The most affected place so far, Southern DC. Southern DC. Let's go back to the storms that are over in Albany, because this line just continues to just push on through. There's also a casual severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. So that's nice. Update on Canada. Update on Canada real quickly. A lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. Montreal, here's your storm that I was talking about. It will be heading off into your area here very soon. So I'd watch out for that. I'd watch out. The Flyers, you guys need to rebuild. Alright, you guys needed to rebuild like 2 years ago. And then Carter Hart delayed the inevitable. It's just, it needs to be done. The Flyers need a rebuild. A heavy rebuild. I think Trotz is a good fit for Vegas. I really do. The only issue that I have with that is that if they do, Vegas could potentially win a cup. Waterbury, I think you guys could potentially see some activity here relatively soon. You're just outside of a severe thunderstorm warning, but I do think you guys could potentially see some activity. So I'd watch out. I'd watch out if you haven't already. I'm going to fix my radars now. I'm going to fix my radars so that they are all more or less in order. Move that over then. Move that over. Move that over. That's right. Once you get further south, you don't really have a whole lot of radars. Which kind of sucks. But that's okay. Alright, we go to Sterling, and then we go to... Do we already have... No, we don't. There's Dover. And then... I think we're going to put this last radar over into Raleigh. And how do you think you're going to actually do that schematic? You need players. You need players. Rebuild. Hello from Quebec City. Nice! We're getting more of a Canadian audience. There. Yeah, as I said, we're covering severe weather for both the United States and Canada here today. Unironically, okay, the entire city of Montreal is not in a severe thunderstorm warning, although they will be here soon, in my opinion. And then everywhere else around Montreal is in a severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of funny. Can't believe your Rangers came back. So Morgan, my associate, who's usually with me on my live streams, he's a Rangers fan too. We actually went to the Rangers-Canadiens game towards the end of the year. That's where I bought an Adam Fox jersey. And the funny thing about it is that when the Rangers were down 3-2, was it 3-2? Yeah, 3-2. Whenever I put on a Rangers jersey, the Rangers magically somehow get a whole lot better, and they actually do well. Now, whether they win or not, that's to be determined, but they, like, all of a sudden play better hockey. The only issue is that you can't really wear the jersey throughout, or else it's gonna not really work. But it was pretty cool because it was 3-2 with like 14 minutes left. He told me to put on the jersey, and after the abysmal start that the Rangers had in the third period, they finally were playing well, and then they won. So it was super funny. It was super funny, but dude, Toronto has the worst luck. Toronto has the worst luck. Will Boston be spared? For the looks of it, it does look like that will be the case, although they will get the lingering threats from this severe weather. So that would be something I would note, but other than that. What about Pleasant Valley, New York? Yep, for sure. Let me look that up here real quickly. Let's go to the high resolution radar now. This is not in Maryland anymore, although we are going to want to take a look at that storm here that's now starting to cross the Chesapeake Bay, I should say. But Pleasant Valley, they are getting some strong damaging winds within that area, although it is starting to leave your area. So after the main line pushes on through, you guys should be good. Montreal is in a watch? Really? Yeah, I really need to learn how to navigate the Environmental Canada website. Because I still, like the Storm Prediction Center's website, all right? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Okay, here's the Storm Prediction Center's website. We're going to go to their main page right there. And it's very well organized. They have their own outlooks to where they think stuff could happen. They have their watches outlined. Mesoscale discussions, which is just basically them saying stuff about what's happening. Storm reports, meso-analysis, if I wanted to go over there. Fire outlooks, hazards, so all the warnings and stuff like that. And they have it all within increments of 8 days and whatnot. All right, but Environmental Canada, as soon as I click that, I'm like, what? How in the world do I navigate this? DC technically done with the rest of the storms? I would say so. I would say they would be done. What is this report? Large tree reported down in the Lake Ridge area. Wow, so large trees have even been taken down. A lot of reports of trees down. 1 inch size hail in Chesapeake Beach. Geez, so there's a lot of reports of that. That severe thunderstorm warning now has been canceled because it moved off into the Chesapeake Bay. However, Cambridge, I actually don't agree with the severe thunderstorm warning. I think they need to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. Wakefield issued this severe thunderstorm warning. I wonder if it's because it's a jurisdiction issue. But yeah, Cambridge, as well as Secretary, Federalsburg, as well as Hurlock, Easton, St. Michael's, and Oxford, you guys need to watch out because some strong damaging winds and very large hail is possible within your area. So I'd watch out for that. I would watch out for that. Are you serious? Breaking news from Canada. The first confirmed tornado of the 2022 season is a landspout tornado near Castleman, Ontario, east-southeast of Ottawa. It was an EF0. There's even another one, potentially another land spout over west of Ottawa yesterday. What did I miss? What have I missed? Bruh. You have a lot of friends that are in Wildwood, so that's the reason why you ask. There's a lot of storms that are approaching Wildwood right now, so I would watch out for that. Because no, they are not done. They are actually about to get hit by the storm, or at least a couple of these storms. See that right there. So they are approaching the Cape May and Wildwood area. I would watch. Buffalo Sabres with the French connection back in the 70s. Sheesh. Yeah, it's been a while since Buffalo's done something. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in Greenville? Yeah, it looks like the storm has passed you guys, though, for the most part. Yeah, the storm has definitely passed you. So if you're in downtown Greenville, you're fine. But if you're east of that, like Washington and stuff like that, there could be some large hail. Could be some large hail. Where is Cape May? It's south of Atlantic City. It's on the furthest southernmost part of New Jersey. I've been there a couple of times. At least once. At least once. Well, that's pretty cool, Ashley. Yeah, they did, Mark. They did. Feels bad. Love how this stream has turned into a hockey and severe weather live stream. That is the perfect combination of both my personalities. So I'm not complaining all too much. Will I be live tomorrow? Haven't really answered my question. I answered other people's question about me saying as to whether or not I could go live tomorrow. And the answer is it really depends upon how much amplification there could be with the environment. So if there's a 5% chance for tornadoes, I could go live. But if not, if it stays as a 2% chance, definitely not going live. So as a 5%, it's half and half, 50-50. Severe in Montana? Yes. Always. Sabres got ripped off again with Jack Eichel. I think it was good for them to actually trade Jack Eichel. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think trading Jack Eichel, especially to Vegas, was the best decision Buffalo could ever make with this scenario. No joke. Especially with the return they got. There's a player that I'm thinking of, and it's eluding my head right now, but the person who lives in Buffalo, or grew up in Buffalo, I should say, Alexander Tuck. So Alex Tuck. All right, getting him into Buffalo was probably the best decision the Buffalo Sabres could ever make. Jack Hughes is not a bust. I think the thing of it is, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go back to the coverage, because there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning for Reading right now, so that's north of Philadelphia, which is kind of interesting. I want to say this real quickly, okay? When it comes to first overall draft picks, okay? Everyone looks at it, and they think, oh, well, they have to be something like an Austin Matthews. They have to be something like a Connor McDavid. They have to be like an Alexander Ovechkin. A generational talent that completely shifts, molds, and shapes a franchise. All right? You're not going to get that with every single first overall pick. Because some of the talent every single year is not the same as the year before. It's not. So, I'm not expecting Jack Hughes to be a Connor McDavid. I am anticipating him to be a quality top 6 NHL player on any team. Unless if you're on the Florida Panthers. So yeah, like a Connor Bedard. That's the reason why in my Columbus Blue Jackets, I was really hoping that the Blackhawks won the draft lottery so that if the Blackhawks sucked next year, we would have a shot at Connor Bedard in Columbus. But, I mean, that happens. Johnny Gaudreau is a good player. Did you not see him last night? Dude, he took over the series last night. I know Ottinger was really good. All right, but Johnny Gaudreau evolved in that entire series. He really changed into a different player. Sharon, hello, hello. But I'm really excited for the Battle of Alberta. I'm telling you right now, I know a plethora of Canadians who watch hockey, they are going to watch that series with anticipation. I'm going to be watching that series with anticipation because I understand how crucial, not just how crucial this series is. I was going to use the word crucial, but that's not the right word to define it. How groundbreaking and important. I know every series is important, but how important this is to Canada in regards to this series. It's going to be an absolutely insane series, and I am so excited to watch Edmonton versus Calgary. I'm so excited. Golf ball sized tail. Golf ball sized tail with that storm over in Maryland. Yeah, there's the report in Huntingtown. There it is. Waiting for strong thunderstorms in New York since we have a warning. Do you know when they will arrive in New York? They're already in New York. Dude, Ottinger, if Ottinger actually played a full season of NHL hockey, he could be the Vezina winner. If he played that same way that he did in that series, he could have been the Vezina. He could have been better than Igor Shesterkin, especially with what Igor did in the past 7 games. He played well, but he wasn't Vezina trophy caliber. Not in that series against Pittsburgh. Ottinger stood up against a very well-coached Calgary team and was the only reason why he went the distance to 7 games. The only reason why the Stars were even relevant in that playoffs is because of Ottinger. But I'm so excited for that series. I know I'm going to be watching it. I'm going to be watching it with the utmost intent. The Canadian team hasn't won the cup in a long time. Yes, that is, it feels like a long time at least, but yeah, that is true. What? Dude, the Penguins, they're going to lose both. They're going to lose both Malkin and Letang to free agency. Thoughts on Trevor Zegras? I think Zegras is good for the NHL. I don't think he's going to be that. It goes back to what I was saying about Jack Hughes. I'm not expecting him to be a McDavid, but he is definitely going to be a very popular player in regards to his work ethic and how he can lift a team on his shoulders and just be that voice. And even if a team just has that voice, like the reason why Buffalo did so well towards the middle and end of the season was because they had Alex Tuck. Alex Tuck was the voice of Buffalo for half a season and did really well. Buffalo did really well. They have a good future now, especially when they, if they re-sign Alex Tuck, Buffalo's going to be a team to watch in the future. All right. It might be difficult to understand. It might be difficult to comprehend. Okay. But because they have traded Jack Eichel, they actually have became better than with Jack Eichel. Malkin's not going to Philly. What's up, Anthony? Welcome to the stream. I really do appreciate, I see, it's rare to see people with the high-risk badges and stuff like that on there. I really do appreciate you supporting for as long as you have. So I'm glad you've been around. Dude, Laura, you must be so excited about the Mavericks. You must be so excited about the Mavericks. All I gotta say is just beat Golden State. Please beat Golden State. McDavid is the best player on Earth. He's the best player on Earth right now. He could be the best player ever. All he needs is a cup to solidify it. He needs a cup, if not two. Just based off of skill-wise. From skill-wise, okay, he could be the best player ever to play the game. He's just got to get the stats to show for it. And he's got to get a cup and a couple of rings. Time am I going to end the stream? That's a good question. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think I'm going to end the stream probably in about an hour. Maybe. Yeah, before I was really hype on the Golden State Warriors. Now, I just see them in the playoffs too many times. And I'm like, all right, give it to someone else. Give it to someone else. I want to see a new team. Make the finals. You got that over in the East. Miami hasn't made it in a while, and Boston hasn't made it in a while. I'm talking about both. I'm looking at weather consistently to try and see if there's anything I should talk about it, but it's a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. Who gets the Vezina? It's Igor. Igor, easily. Shesterkin was the best goaltender consistently throughout the entire season. It may not have looked like it in the playoffs, but he was the best goaltender. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. They still have not issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Montreal, even though the storm is about to hit them. So that's nice. Laura with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to go over to Dover's radar now and try and see what's happening with this storm. I don't count the bubble. The bubble was stupid. The bubble was actually stupid. Phoenixville just got a warning for severe thunderstorms. Yeah, that's because they are just on the border of a severe thunderstorm warning. So yes. They could potentially get some activity. They could. They're definitely going to get at least some bits and bobs of rain. When did Detroit switch to the Eastern Conference? Or remember the Devils beat them in the 95 Cup and they were the West team? They also were the Western Conference team against the Pittsburgh Penguins, where they split in, I think it was 06 and 07? Either that or 07, 08, something like that. southeastern Pennsylvania. They're getting their activity now. If you're north of Norristown towards the Lansdale area, well south of Allentown, well north of Norristown. So basically the intersection of 76 and 476. There's definitely a lot of activity over there, but other scattered showers and thunderstorms, they don't appear to be severe yet. I think it was in 2015 because the Jackets switched over as well. The Jackets switched to an Eastern Conference team. And then you had Vegas and Seattle that came in and filled the holes. Any tornado happened today? There's a couple tornado warnings, but unknown if they actually did produce tornadoes. Just want to say, might be a little late in saying this, but we hit over 33,000 subscribers, so I really do appreciate all the people who have actually helped me out get up to this goal. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. Hey, Grush with the 25, thank you so much. If you haven't already, chat, please be sure to say thank you, because it really does mean a lot, especially with that large amount of support to the channel. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. So thanks for what you're doing on this channel to help notify everyone of severe weather, love hockey. You and this channel rock. Thank you so much. Yeah, hockey's an amazing sport. Love hockey, so whenever I get the chance, I always try to talk about it. But thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. It's the Western Canadian teams, and they have to get past Colorado. They look nasty. Colorado has to get by St. Louis first. Colorado always wins the first round. Do they win the second or third? Nisha, hello, hello. What's up? This storm over here near Hudson's a little concerning to me, to be completely honest with you. But at the same time, there could be a water spout. There could be a water spout with this storm. Yeah, just stay indoors, Gabriella. Stay indoors. Maybe I can have an all hockey channel in the future. I actually plan on creating a sports YouTube channel with Morgan. The only reason why I say that is because Morgan and I, or at least I plan on doing like reaction videos when we actually are at the games together. So like Morgan and I record ourselves reacting to the game. So like for instance, if we were to watch a hockey game with each other, and we were at either Madison Square Garden or we were at, you know, let's say Capital One in DC, or even if we went to a Nationwide Arena just because I'm a Jackets fan, you know, we would record each other. We'd have like a camera and it would be at our facial reaction and whatnot, so that would be pretty cool. Same thing with the Ravens-Giants game in October. In mid-October, we're going to be going to the Ravens-Giants game. So we're going to have that as well. And then we're also going to talk about sports and whatnot, which would be pretty cool, but... yeah. Definitely could. Yeah, Patrick, it was really close. Do I think we can get tornadoes on Thursday or Friday? I mean, there is the chance, but I think we're a little bit too far out to say specifically as to what we can get. Wow, golf ball sized hail once again reported in Willows. Sheesh. It's another golf ball sized hail report. This storm just continues to just churn. So golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Salisbury is going to get this thunderstorm here soon. Hockey Guy is a fun channel, I know, right? Love doing that. Jeez, my neck is just kind of a little stiff. It almost feels like it can be popped. I feel bad. You say you feel bad for Winnipeg. I feel bad for Atlanta. And people might be wondering, why am I feeling bad for Atlanta? It's because their owner was a piece of crap. Their owner literally screwed over the city of having a hockey team. They could have, we could be still talking about the Atlanta Thrashers. But instead, the owner screwed over the city and moved, you know, got bought, sold, and pushed off to Winnipeg. Now, I'm not saying Winnipeg is not a bad city. I'm just saying Atlanta got screwed over. Well-developed supercells likely to persist across the Delmarva into the Atlantic Ocean. Yep. It's happening in NYC and Long Island. Flood risk, not a huge chance, although there is some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are approaching New York City and Long Island. So I would watch out, but I don't foresee them getting a lot of significant activity. Because these storms seem to be skinny in nature. Now, I do think you guys could see another thunderstorm here. Probably in an hour and a half. You're going to have a window between 7 and 9 to where you're going to see more showers and thunderstorms that are going to go to New York. Or at least that would be when it's the most frequent. So that's something I would note. But Montreal is now finally in the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's cover Montreal, shall we? Montreal in Quebec is under a severe thunderstorm warning, finally, for strong damaging winds and ping pong ball sized hail. So, if you know anyone who lives in Montreal, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Alright, because there is going to be some substantial severe weather possible within this area. So you need to watch out. Need to watch out if you haven't already. But yeah, Montreal is now getting a lot of severe weather across their area. A lot of strong damaging winds over here near Beaconsfield. There's actually going to be a lot of strong damaging winds approach Beaconsfield here soon. Yeah, Beaconsfield's getting a lot of very strong damaging winds. I am a Columbus fan. Hey, in 5 years, maybe even less than that, our team's going to be pretty good. So we can laugh now. All right, but we are almost done with our rebuild because we didn't need to do an extensive rebuild to begin with. We didn't. I'm going to be completely honest with you. For the people who said, oh, Jackets need to rebuild. We didn't need to rebuild significantly. We just need, you know, we got our draft picks. So we had 3 draft picks last year, which is good. Some of our draft picks are now playing for Columbus, and they actually had really good seasons in the beginning. That's a new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for northeastern Litchfield County in northern Connecticut.
That's not okay. We need to re-sign Lion A, which Lion A wants to be here in the future, so that's not going to be too hard. We just got to pay him at a team-friendly deal. And, yeah. Go out into free agency. Get some stuff. Who I got winning the cup? Calgary. This year I have picked Calgary to win the cup. So there's your new tornado warning. All right, tornado warning here for Torrington, Winsted, and Litchfield over here in Connecticut. This is for Litchfield County. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So let's go over here and show you what's going on. This is not in Maryland. We're actually going to fix this. Connecticut. I think that's how you spell Connecticut. I haven't really, tried to spell Connecticut a whole lot. No, that is not how you spell Connecticut. I was missing an N and or an E. But there you go. But yeah, there's your storm here. It is north of Torrington, heading towards Winsted. So if you live near Winsted, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we're covering two areas here right now. All right, we have Montreal, which is getting impacted by some very strong damaging winds. And we also have a tornado warning over here in Torrington. So if you know anyone that lives in Torrington or in Winsted here in Litchfield County, Connecticut, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get in their safe space. So we're gonna go in between the two areas. So once again, all right, we're gonna be covering the tornado warning, and then we're also gonna be covering the severe thunderstorm warning for Montreal. Once again, if you know anyone who lives in Montreal, Montreal is a huge city in Ontario, Canada. All right, if you know anyone who lives in Montreal, please tell them that there is severe weather coverage and that you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to get in your, you need to get into a sturdy structure. All right, so please copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible. So there's Montreal. Once again, big severe thunderstorm warning over for their area, so you need to watch out for that very closely. There is the tornado warning, more or less, in Winsted, Connecticut, okay? If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to watch out for this very, very closely, because there is a possible tornado here due west of Hartford, near the Torrington and Winsted area, and you guys need to watch out for that. So once again, okay, if you know anyone who lives in Torrington or in Winsted, I highly recommend you actually share the information with them and tell them that they need to get into their safe space as well, because there could potentially be a tornado within the storm. Looking at the reflectivity, you can see that you have a backwards kind of spiral just like that, so a little hook, a lot of inflow coming in behind this, so a lot of strong damaging winds regardless as to whether or not there is a tornado. But right back here where that little backward spiral is where the tornadic rotation would be. Tornadoes typically spin counterclockwise over here in the United States and Canada. And so that's the thing that we try and watch out for. Practically everywhere in the northern hemisphere is where storms spin counterclockwise if they want to produce tornadoes. And we have that right here, all right? Our rotation is over into north of Torrington, and our radar is near Albany, all right? So reference here, Albany is to the north and west of Torrington. Our greens are our winds moving towards the radar. Our reds are our winds moving away from the radar. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, north of Torrington. So if you're along Highway 8 near Winsted, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, let's go back to Montreal here. Once again, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And we have a strong storm that is now starting to move on through. I actually see that there's going to be a lot more significant strong damaging winds near Kirkland and Beaconsfield. That'll be heading off towards the general vicinity of the St. Eustache area as well as the Mirabel area. So if you know anyone who lives on the western side of Montreal, this would be west of Laval, still along the St. Lawrence River and actually north of the St. Lawrence River now. That is where I can anticipate some very strong damaging winds to be localized around that area. So if you know anyone who lives over there near the Ottawa River or the kind of the Ottawa River and the St. Lawrence River Delta, more or less, especially north of that, they need to watch out for that very closely, as there could be some very strong damaging winds in that area. Moving off over here to the velocities, you can see there is some very bright greens over here near Kirkland and Beaconsfield. That'll be heading off towards the St. Martha-sur-le-Lac area, as well as the St. Eustache area and the Mirabel area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please, please, please watch out for that. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to share this information with more and more people. Especially since I highly doubt there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to be covering severe weather in Montreal, of all places, and you can find that here on this channel. Moving back to the tornado warning in Connecticut, this is, once again, a situation where this continues to rotate over here in Winstead. A lot of broad rotation for the most part. You see a lot of the grays in between the greens and the reds, and that indicates that there isn't really a lot of consolidation within this actual rotation. This tells me that it is very broad at this time. So still, you know, it is tornadic. You still have the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere with this storm. But, however, it is not exactly the strongest thing in the world. So that's kind of the good news here at this time with what we're dealing with. But still, regardless, that does not mean that you can, you know, go outside and accept Mother Nature for what it is. You need to get in your safe space, because at any point, all right, at any point, the storm can immediately turn into producing a tornado. So, once again, if you're in Winstead, if you're north of Torrington, all right, if you're in Litchfield, you're in the clear right now, all right? I'm giving you an all clear, as James Spann would typically say. You guys are fine, okay? But if you are north of Torrington, all right, not in Torrington, north of Torrington into Winstead, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. That's classic, that guy, James. That is classic. All the subway cars in Montreal are delayed. That's not too surprising. Any severe threats for St. Louis areas soon? Wouldn't that be Thursday? Wednesday? Thursday? Friday? 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 Let's go back to the tornado warning and let's put that there. Which radars? Albany's radar looks closer, but I actually want to take a look and see if this is closer. 6,000, 5,000. So Albany's radar is indeed closer. But yeah, this is a current tornado warning right now. This is a current tornado warning here for Winstead, and people need to watch out for that very closely. Looking over at the severe thunderstorm warnings in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. All right. Here is downtown Montreal over here, and the main line, the main storm has moved off just to the west of that. You can see the storm that has moved off over here further and further. It is heading off now towards the Mirabel area, as well as, you know, it's basically paralleling the Ottawa River. All right, so that's where it's basically going along towards. If not, it's north of the Ottawa River, where it connects up with the St. Lawrence River. So if you know anyone who lives along the Ottawa River or north of the Ottawa River, they need to seek shelter, because there could be some strong storms that produce some very strong damaging winds, maybe even some spotty hail as well. Let me take a look real quickly at the velocity, see if the winds have weakened, and it has not. You still have a lot of strong damaging winds that are approaching the St. Eustache area, and eventually towards the Mirabel area. It has passed Beaconsfield and Kirkland. So Kirkland, I should say. Kirkland and Beaconsfield. It has passed through your area, so the worst has passed you, but you still have some residual showers and thunderstorms within your area, so you're not quite done yet. But a lot of severe storms are possible within this area here of Montreal. You had a crush on Ray Robert? Really? Sheesh. A lot of people in DC have a crush on Tom Wilson. No joke. That's pretty funny. I just got pinged at another server and it's apparently up in flames. So that's nice. Springfield, Massachusetts in the path of the tornado. So eventually they could be in the path of this storm. The only issue with that is that it's going to take a while before it gets there. So it'll be about 30 minutes. And I'll get back to you if that's the case. How's Eastern Shore, Maryland looking? So are you talking about like areas near Ocean City per se? If you're talking about like the Ocean City area, there's a storm that is producing some significant amounts of hail that could be approaching your area. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while before this thing actually gets there. Like, well, you know, I shouldn't say well over an hour, but a little bit over an hour. There's also a storm that's near Salisbury that's going to approach your area here soon. Probably in about 30 minutes. So you're going to get an appetizer storm, and then you're going to get a big supercell that's going to produce significant amounts of hail that's over there. So if you know anyone who lives in southern Delaware, or in Salisbury, or in Mardellis Springs, Pittsville, practically anywhere along the Delmarva from Millsboro and Laurel and Seaford and Hurlock south, I would tell them to watch out. I would tell them to watch out. Near Denton? Denton, Maryland is... Oh, you guys are well off to the north. You guys are fine. Denton's fine. I thought you meant like East Coast, like over here. Not Delmarva. No, you guys are fine in Denton. It's I'm more concerned about areas that are a little bit more towards not only just your south, but also to the east. So you guys should be fine for the most part. Getting dark and windy in Port Bruce? Sheesh. Where's the Albany radar? There it is. Has this rotation done anything? Not a whole lot. You guys are fine. Yeah, it looks like the storm has now passed through Montreal. There's so many showers and thunderstorms there, though. I'm kind of surprised that they're not in a rainfall warning, but, you know. Oh, wait, I think they are. No, they're not. Montreal's not in a rainfall warning. It's kind of weird. North Carolina, what is happening over there? A lot of severe storms that are around your area, I'll say that much. So it really depends upon where in North Carolina. If you're from Charlotte and west, you're fine. Phoenixville, I think, should be okay. But let's take a look and see what these storms are doing. Yeah, big line is starting to move on through. Would not be surprised if this goes severe warned here soon. I actually would not be surprised if we had a severe thunderstorm warning for Philadelphia. So for all the people, all right, for all the people who are saying, oh, we haven't seen anything in Philadelphia, your prediction is wrong, you need to go away, you're wrong. Here you go. There is your storm. If we go to the screen now, look at that. That's not in Connecticut. Not in Connecticut. This is in Pennsylvania, heading towards Philly. All right? I told you. You were going to get storms. You were going to get it. Here you are. Excuse me. How bad is it for Betchelsville? Where is Betchelsville? It's north of Pottstown. Oh, you guys are fine. You guys are in the risk. You're out of the risk for right now, I should say. You guys are good. Yeah, from the looks of it, the storm is marching on its way. It'll be in Philly in about a half an hour. Let's go back to the tornado warning. This rotation is dying more and more as I look at it. Congratulations. Yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds that are moving from Kennett Square to Westchester to Collegeville to Lansdale. So all those areas are going to get a lot of strong damaging winds here soon. But it's not severe at the moment, which is the best news that you can have. There still is that severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, isn't there? There still is that severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi, isn't there? Oh boy. Fun stuff, I tell you. Fun stuff. Yeah, I'm still surprised that I got up to 33,000 subscribers. Gonna be completely honest with you all, but you guys made it possible. What? There it is. New severe thunderstorm watch for eastern New Mexico. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5-inch diameter hail likely. Interesting. Is a tornado possible with any of those storms? Not the ones in South Carolina, in my opinion. It's not in a very good environment to do anything. But just on the off chance, I'm going to take a look and see. No. Storms in North Carolina. I'm looking at the ones near Raleigh, so that's a no. Maybe the cell near Ernle in Vanceboro. That could potentially be tornadic, but I'll have to take a look at that a little bit closer. But yeah, I think the stuff in South Carolina is not in the best environment to do a whole lot, so I think you should be fine. That is not a very healthy shape. Hold up. Give me a second. Yeah, that is not a very healthy shape. That's classic. Have they canceled the tornado warning yet? No. Why? Oh, look at that. This is some video that was sent in here from a viewer in Cambridge, Maryland. Look at that. Storm's been producing all the hail. What's up, Jasmine? How do? Storm is now past, let's go back to, Montreal real quickly. Montreal seems to be in the clear, the immediate threat, as the storm has now moved on through. So not really too much of a concern in Montreal anymore. Laval is close. Laval is close to being done with that storm, with that severe warning storm. They are close. Come in. Family comes in clutch again. Thank you, family. Yeah, you haven't really missed too much by a lot of strong damaging winds. Today was a 2% chance for tornadoes, but earlier it was actually a 5% chance for tornadoes with a 45% chance for strong damaging winds, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, it's just mainly Canadian and United States coverage with a little hint of hockey talk. Because yes, we love to talk about hockey on the channel. Cambridge area has 2 rotations of the storm. I kind of see that, but at the same time, I don't think that actually is rotation. And that's not a TVS. At least that's not legit. That's contamination within the area. I actually want to see, is there a hail spike? Yes, there is a hail spike. Big metal piston spike. What does NATOcast say for today? Oh. This is what NATOcast says for the rest of the day. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's what NATOcast says for the rest of today. Ironically, there is the same percentage chance of tornadoes over here in Cleveland and Windsor, as well as Detroit, than there is over with that storm over here in Delmarva. There's also a casual 0.1% chance of tornadoes over there in Montana. Are you covering Canada for once? Yeah, I'm covering both. There was a severe thunderstorm warning for Montreal a second ago. But yeah, I am indeed covering both. That risk in Florida? Yeah, Florida's going Florida, man. Excuse me. There's also a 0.1% chance in New Orleans, of all places. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of rotation with the tornado warning either. It has moved out of the warning. and is not doing a whole lot anymore. What is K-Docs doing over here with this? Wind gusts up to 40 knots and large hail, so 50 mile per hour wind gusts, basically. Thunderstorm warning over Mexico City? Can I press X to doubt? Wouldn't be able to see that if I wanted to anyways. Ugh. Montana is a weird place, all I gotta say. But they are far enough north to where they do get tornadoes. It's a good burger. I'm happy you guys are good in Winstead. Happy nothing serious happened. Seems legit, Ace. I sure am. I'm allowed to have my dinner. Yeah, this is a very good burger. It's actually really good. It's like a mix between a medium and a medium rare. It's like half in between. How's Long Island? I don't want to go out with a friend, but not sure if it's a good idea. I get that. I get that. Depends upon where you are in Long Island, because storms are starting to increase in activity now. All right, there's a lot of showers over in New York, or NYC, I should say, because New York is New York, but New York City. And it'll be moving east as well. So, if you're further on the eastern portion of Long Island, then I mean, sure. But if you're like in the main areas, western Long Island to central Long Island, it's probably not a good idea. Excuse me. Cocoa Raz? Heck is a Cocoa Raz? Am I the only one that doesn't know what a Cocoa Raz is? Jeez. Anything for Bucks County? What state, please? I'm assuming it's Pennsylvania. Yeah, I don't know. Cocoa Rods measures rain, I think. So how would it be able to pick up hail? It's weird. Bucks County is going to get some severe thunderstorms. So I'd watch out. Community Collaborative Rain, Hail, and Snow Network? Huh? Bruh. Well, anyways, yeah. Bucks County is getting some storms. Not too significant though, gonna be completely honest with you. But yeah, there definitely is some storms. If you're in Quakertown and further north, you should be fine. It's like Frenchtown, Quakertown, areas along that area. For Casey as well, and north, you guys should be fine. Do you know what time Buck PA she's scared to drive home? Well, it depends upon where she's at specifically. Is she near Trenton? So if she's near Trenton, then the storm is going to be at her doorstep in about 30 minutes. Vanceboro, North. Oh, it's that storm again. Couldn't press the mute in time. What would be the best radar to use for this? Let's just move Raleigh's radar. I don't care. That's it. We're done. We're just booting that. See ya, Jonathan. Phoenixville should be alright, to be completely honest with you. Vanceboro. Not on my screen. Storm north of it near Pontego is interesting, but not anymore for Vanceboro. Could have been rotation before. Now it's not. Yeah, Bucks County, from the looks of it, is a large county. Yep, thank you. Thank you for the blesses of you. And now I'm gonna start sniffling all over the place because my allergy says so. I love it. Apparently, I just gonna sniffle all over the place. Coastal flooding advisory for South Shore of Nassau County and Kings County. Wind warnings are telling people to stay out of basements in NYC boroughs and Long Island. Yeah, probably. Bridgewater, New Jersey. Yep, I'll take a look at that real quickly. Bum 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 bum. Bridgewater, sheesh. It's gonna be really interesting. They're getting scattered showers right now, but I don't think they're gonna see a whole lot until maybe, just maybe, about a half an hour from now. But I don't think so. I actually, when I was driving on 78 to get onto 287, apparently, Bridgewater is right next to that intersection. So I took that intersection to go north to 80 and then drive to Patterson, where Morgan, or around where Morgan lives, over there, which is pretty cool. Crazy stuff, Don. These storms have just been regardless if they're severe or not. They've just been going and going and going. Speaking of going and going, the storm over here that is approaching southern Delaware is really going. Areas near Laurel, Millsboro, Selbyville, Delmar, Pittsville, Ocean City. Ocean City is a pretty populous area. Is there a severe thunderstorm warning in Delaware? Yes, there is, for very large hail. Storms had a history of producing 3-inch sized hail. Outlook this evening for Rhode Island. Not a super high risk for you all. You're in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and you're just barely out of the severe thunderstorm watch. I'm not anticipating you guys to be in a big risk here this evening, but you can expect some localized scattered showers and thunderstorms that could be severe. But keyword is could there, because as they continue to progress eastward, I kind of doubt that it'll continue to sustain as well as it has. Getting dark and rainy again in Danbury? Yeah, you guys are getting another line of storms again. Another line of storms. Just doesn't end. I think when this storm, guys, I know I said that, 50 minutes ago, that 10 minutes from now I'd end the stream. What I'm gonna do here is that as soon as this storm passes Ocean City, passes through, and then about 10 to 15 minutes after that, I am going to call it quits for this evening. But reminder though that we do have a active period of severe weather once again. Hope you guys saw my video the other night, because that kind of leads into what's been happening as of late. There's the outlook for severe weather here today. Here's tomorrow. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow. All right. Then, actually, it's probably better if we just zoom in, then there's day 3 here. I'm expecting this to change. I think there's going to be a 2 out of 5 over here in the portions of Kentucky, maybe even a 3 out of 5 if it gets significant enough. We'll have to see. Then we have to look at Thursday. The potential for severe weather is possible over here. I still anticipate this to be I anticipate that to stay as a 2 out of 5. That's kind of my thought process behind that. This right here on Friday, pretty expansive risk for severe weather. I'd watch out, even if you're further east of this, okay? So if you're over here into places like Detroit, over here, over into places like Memphis, or, Cincinnati, I would watch out for Friday as well. Friday could be a interesting severe weather day. And then Saturday, I might chase this day, and for whatever reason, the 15% goes outside into Canada as well. So that's kind of interesting. Now, if it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot of stuff that happens on a widespread scale, I'm going to chase, okay? If it looks like it's not going to be super significant and it's on a widespread scale, I'm going to chase. But if there is, all right, like a enhanced risk with a 10% chance for tornadoes, unless if it's at my doorstep, I'm going to stream. So, well, I'm going to stream both, obviously, if I can, but how bad is it supposed to be in Amarillo? Just some spotty hail, for the most part. But yeah, really interesting thing on Saturday. If you want to send it in, please be sure to send it in on Twitter at Nate_Snyder. Taking the excuse me thing on the road, yeah, for real. If there is a funnel cloud, you can hear a lot of excuse me's while I chase. That is contamination. That needs to go away. Do I think Saturday's risk will expand to the rest of the state? It's hard to say. I probably not, but it's hard to say. 4-inch size. You know what? This could potentially be and I don't say this often, but this could be a very significant situation to the point to where we could maybe, all right, we could maybe see a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning get issued. We very well could. Because this supercell is starting to kind of get a little concerning. So we'll watch out for that as that continues to move on through. Philly, they're now starting to get, or they're about to get hit, I should say, by these storms. I don't really see a whole lot of severe characteristics with this, but I mean, this is still going to produce some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and spotty hail. There's actually a special weather statement on that storm for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-inch size hail. So I would watch out for that. But yeah, I mean, this storm has had a history of producing 3-inch sized hail, and the radar says it's producing 4-inch sized hail on the spot. Mesoscale discussion for Erie, watch unlikely. Let's go back to Albany here. Yeah, Springfield is getting their strong damaging winds now. So for the person who lived in Springfield, should be getting your stuff now. This is from Noah in chat. Sent me the pictures over here on Twitter. And look at these storms. He's looking at it from an area near Salisbury. Salisbury's in Maryland, but it's like it's to the west of Delaware. Well, actually, no, it's not to the west of Delaware. It's south of Delaware, right? It is south of Delaware, I think. It is south of Delaware. So he's looking to the north at these storms. And look at the cumulus. Bubbling towers. volatile atmosphere right within there. So that's pretty crazy. So good stuff. Good stuff. Glad you're safe from these storms, because that storm right there, I mean, this storm could potentially be significant. It looks like the storm, the big one that could potentially produce the 4-inch sized hail, could potentially try to miss Ocean City to the north. It could try. So that is going to be something to note. Oh my goodness. Do you dare ask what's going on now? 3-inch sized hail's what's going on now. And it's heading towards Ocean City. What? I gotta take a look at the correlation. Yeah, that makes total sense. Makes total sense. What? Oh yeah, that's a lot of hail. I'm gonna outline where the hail is at here on reflectivity. So high amount of reflectivity right within there. Go to correlation coefficient. Yeah, that's a lot of hail. That's a lot of hail. That's an ow, an ow, and an ow. Delaware dot? Is there Delaware traffic cameras in here? Traffic cameras. Oh yeah, there is. Oh, that's inside the storm, however. What about Shelbyville? Or Hillsborough? This is good to know, though. This is good to know that Delaware has traffic cameras like this. That's some ominous clouds in Fenwick Isle. I don't know where they're looking, but they got something. Oh, they're looking north. They're definitely looking north. There's no way they're not looking north. Yeah, Laurel's getting slapped. A lot of strong damaging winds and hail with this storm right now. Don't say bust. This thing was a 2% chance for tornadoes. Go away. Go away. Just got power back on in southern Vermont. Sheesh. Has been a while. ZDR still strong with lots of hail south of Laurel. I'm actually curious. Can we see any hail with the camera in Laurel? I know you guys can't see it. Let's actually move this over. Let's put on the half and half screen. That's in Laurel. Laurel, Delaware. I don't see any hail falling down, which is, of course, the good news. Williamsville, Selbyville. I don't know where they're looking at, but that would be an interesting camera. So let's go back to full. What about Hartford, Connecticut? Hartford, Connecticut is probably getting a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. Woodbury, New Jersey. Woodbury, New Jersey is about to see a lot of strong damaging winds, but it's not severe. So it'll be like 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts that'll approach your area. It'll be there more than likely in about 15-20 minutes. Let's go back up to Hartford. Not severe with those storms that are moving on through, surprisingly. So But then again, I guess my hypothesis is correct in how the line, as it continues to progress further eastward, would continue to lose more and more structure. So I guess I'm not too surprised based off of that. But that's hilarious. What about Long Island? They're getting a lot of scattered storms. Excuse me, I'm yawning all over the place. Said 5:30 to 6, and here it is. It's a little bit late. Yeah, there's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms over here. In New York, specifically in NYC, because obviously everything is New York, you idiot. But yeah, there's a lot of scattered showers over there. It might be a storm that's moving on shore towards like the the Patchogue areas in the Riverhead area. That might be something interesting to note. But yeah, New York's definitely getting a lot of rain. Definitely getting a lot of rain. Could be some localized flooding in the subway systems over there. So that'll be something to note. That'll be something to watch. Ooh. This was from that same supercell that was producing the 3-inch sized hail. Look at that. Look at that picture. That image. Yeah, that's from the supercell that was crossing the Chesapeake Bay. Look at that, guys. Check New Mexico. New Mexico has severe storms. They're already in the severe thunderstorm watch, so it happens. It happens. That's some crazy stuff right there. But yeah, we knew that storms would be over in New Mexico. It is Washington, the Big Apple. It is indeed. Excuse me. New Delaware is even real. That's funny. That's pretty funny. By the way, this Highway 9 doesn't exist unless if you take a ferry, because it's not like it has an underwater road network. That's not how that works. You need to take a ferry over. Yeah, Ocean City is about to get slapped here. Millsboro, Dagsboro, and Frankfort's about to get slapped. Everyone here in southern Delaware and eastern portions of Maryland along the Delmarva is about to get slapped. How bad did I have COVID? Not bad at all. It was very similar to a common cold. At least for me, it was. About Raleigh, let me take a look. Let me take a look. A lot of reports of damage in Vanceboro. Flagpole bent in half. Arm building blown down. Jeez. Raleigh, as of right now, it looks like they're starting to get out of the risk. Looks like they're starting to get out of the risk. Yeah, yeah, I think they're starting to get out of the risk for severe weather, at least with this thunderstorm. They were fortunate to be relatively on the northern side as well. Jeez. That's so much hail. Do you think Thursday and Friday will be bad for tornadoes? Thursday, day 4. Probably not. Probably not for Thursday. Friday, maybe. We're too far out to really say. But yeah, let me take a look at Smithfield, North Carolina, real quickly. Will we see more thunderstorms in Greenville? Yeah. And unfortunately, they could potentially be severe, but it's a little too hard to say because these storms are moving erratically. Hail in Millsboro, more than likely, yes. More than likely large at that. Or at least it's possible. Oh, that's near Goldsboro. So Smithfield, yes, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, you're about to be impacted. A lot of strong damaging winds. Maybe even a little teeny bit of spotty hail. But I'd say the strong damaging winds would be your main threat. So yeah, you will be impacted. I don't see anything tornadic though, so I think you should be fine for the most part. What about Wilmington? What could they see? Not a whole lot, in my honest opinion. Maybe some showers and thunderstorms. You might see a severe thunderstorm, but other than that, it's kind of eh. Kind of eh. Check Vermont, New Hampshire. Sure, why not? These storms down here or this one? Oh, it's probably that one. That one has a tornado possible tag. Does this one have one too? All of them have tornado possible tags, but unfortunately, pretty hefty distance away from the radar here, so. Unknown, but the best one that probably has a chance for producing a tornado would be the one in northern Vermont. There's even another storm that could potentially be producing a tornado over here near Jeffersonville. So that would be the one to probably do it. But other than that, it's pretty meh. It's pretty meh. Speaking of which, you got severe warned. No tornado possible tag on it, so that's kind of funny. But oh well. Jeez, this storm continues to produce a lot of hail. Why is this special weather statement so large and extends so far inland? There's a special weather statement that has been issued for Millsboro. It's probably because of the river that moves through there and all that stuff. Probably the reason why they did that. Or not special weather statement. Special marine warning. Probably the reason why they did that. Oh, excuse me. Will we have any chances of rotation in Greenville? Probably not. I don't foresee a whole lot. Jeez, that cell near Frankfurt and Selbyville must be an amazing shot. If there's anyone who lives over here in these areas, if they got a picture of that wall cloud, there's going to be a really nice wall cloud within that area. I guarantee it. That's super far north. We got a nice view on that cell over here in Ocean View. I'm looking at a camera, and that's really nice. West View. That's also a really nice view. I think we will have a camera. Want to see rotation go to New Mexico? There ain't anything in New Mexico. Stop. I mean, there's severe storms. There ain't anything tornadic. Yeah, that's contamination. So go away with that. If I really have to, I'll put a radar over there, but I'm not expecting a whole lot. Where is... So that's Sterling. Shovel this over here, Sterling. Go over there. The storm near Vaughan. Elevated. Has no helicity. This thing ain't rotating. Can go away. No. Not gonna happen. Yeah, that thing is toast. That thing is literal toast. North Highview. Yo, this is a really nice shot, though. Alright, this is over here in Bethany Beach. Alright, Bethany Beach. And we got a really nice shot of the storm that's near Ocean View. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at that, guys. Really nice storm. Right here near Bethany Beach. That's pretty cool. Just died because you... That is contamination to all get out. Did it seriously not work? Did the aliasing not work? Guess the aliasing does not exist, apparently. That doesn't make any sense. But oh well. We're going back to the storm that clearly is producing some large hail. There's another storm that's heading for Ocean City. That's possibly going to produce some large hail, too. Let's go back to the full view here. This is not in Connecticut. This is in Delaware. Boom. Good stuff. If I knew any better, I'd try and look for water spouts. How much longer are these storms going to continue? Well, I'm going to continue until these two severe thunderstorms that are near Millsboro and Ocean City move off the coast. These storms, in general, could continue until probably 10 or 11. So. Is that a water spout right there? Is this a water spout? I see a lot of darkness over here, and I see that. Is that a water spout? It better not be a water spout, I'll say that much. I doubt it's a water spout, but it'd be pretty funny if it was. I won't lie. But that better not be a water spout. If it is, then yeah. So I have determined that this is just a raindrop. I have determined that that's just a raindrop. And that's just smudging the screen. Youngstown's not going to get a whole lot. Yeah, we started streaming about 5 hours ago-ish. Wanted to cover the giant wind threat that was impacting a lot of populace. So, we did that. It's not gonna hit us in Dover. Dover's too far north. They are gonna get some showers and thunderstorms, though. Yeah, that thing looks sus. Thing looks sus. But I doubt that's a water spout. Who knows? Got real windy in Bucks County. Yep. Lot of straight line winds are moving into Philly now. So yeah, we'll be covering these lines of storms moving on through in Philadelphia. And we shall be covering these storms that are moving off in Ocean City now. Dagsboro, Frankfurt. I wonder, because there is a camera that looks off to the west. Oh my gosh! When's my next stream? It could be tomorrow, but I'm kind of doubting it, so I'll probably make a video tomorrow night. It could very well be on Wednesday as well. Thursday, maybe. Friday, probably. But as we get further and further away from today, the more inaccurate the models are, so my opinion can change. But yeah, that is an owl. That is an owl right there. And we're about to get slapped by this camera here. This camera is going to get slapped by a storm that has had a history of producing 3-inch sized hail. Yes, you heard me correctly, ladies and gentlemen. 3-inch size hail. So we're staring right at this storm. Right in its beady little eyes. Okay, Hedge. No. 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 As a person who has lived in these areas, it's Delaware. People can say Delaware all they want. No, it's Delaware. So go away. Can't fool me with that. Let's go back over here. VA got hit by a tornado on news. Really? I find that unlikely. But, I mean, spelling on the screen. Did I really butcher it? I did butcher it. Oh, I misclicked the key. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, spelling. Yeah, spelling's not exactly the best. There it is. Classic. It's not Northeastern Tennessee or Alexandria. Well, that's nice. Yeah, the spelling is not right. I agree. The pronunciation of how I say it is right. Because usually when people correct me, it's about pronunciation. So next time, if I spell something wrong, say you spelled it incorrectly. Don't confuse me. Yeah, the E and the A key are very similar. Very similar places on the keyboard. It's really weird too, because the funny thing about it is that I spell weather incorrectly sometimes when I rush the spelling. And it's Weather. And it's just, it's weird. The way I type. True facts. But yeah, whenever people usually correct me in chat, it's pronunciation-wise. So don't confuse me again, chat. And hopefully I won't spell anything wrong. Yeah, Vermont's still getting a lot of strong damaging winds, but depending upon where you are in Vermont, it'll actually determine as to what type of activity you can get. For instance, there's a storm. It's over here in Richford and Jeffersonville, producing some pretty strong damaging winds at the moment. So that's something to note. Montpelier, they're getting a lot of activity as well. So a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part, but other than that, Monka S. Well, Stella's starting to approach Ocean City now. And definitely getting a lot of stuff over there. Look, west of Pittsburgh, there's storms with lightning going on in PA. Yeah, I know. I know there's storms over in Erie. Yeah, okay. This is Delaware. Delaware. This is Dilly land. That's not... I keep pressing that. Stop. Go back. Holy. I need to get out of that habit of typing quickly. It's stupid. It's stupid. It really is stupid. I can't save myself. Alright, well, the general consensus here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ocean City all the way up to Bethany Beach in Delaware is gonna get slammed by a lot of strong damaging winds and maybe even some hail. So if you're in those areas, you probably are gonna want to get into a sturdy structure. You're in Western PA, you woke up to a strong thunderstorm at 5 a.m. this morning. I woke up at, what? Was it 8 or 9 this morning? But it was only because my weather radio notified me that I was now in a severe thunderstorm watch. And I proceeded to not get anything the entire time, so that's nice. But yeah, I'm in South Central PA, and I dodged everything. Like, I'll look outside. It is now as sunny as you can get. Is there actually any showers and thunderstorms near me specifically? No, there is not. So that's not surprising. But, yeah, funny enough. So let's go full to the camera over here in Bethany Beach. And from the looks of it, we got a pretty gnarly shelf cloud here. Very dark on our right-hand side over there. Very dark. I ain't budging, Hedge. I ain't budging. But a lot of lightning with this storm. Lightning is starting to uptick in activity with this. Crazy. Let's take a look at Twitter, see if anything was sent in. That's pretty funny. Yep, that's the other camera in Bethany Beach. This was in Cambridge once again, so another viewer sent this in. Look at all the hail. All the large hail with that. Holy. That's crazy. Delaware? Dela here. Cool stuff. But that's some large hail. I don't get that stuff over here. I don't. I have to travel to find that stuff. But, you know. That clearly makes a lot of sense. Looks like the storm might be going north of South Bethany. Gonna be completely honest with you. So I wonder, is this camera shot better? Or is this camera shot better? Maybe this. It's hard to say. Very hard to say. Probably Boardwalk North High, like that. That's probably the best one. Fortunately, I don't see anyone out on the boardwalk, which is good. Fortunately. Never seen hail in Baltimore until you went to the Orioles game and started to hail. So apparently whenever I go somewhere, I become the weather. But whenever I'm dormant in my house, it's like I'm locked up in a cave. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's pretty, Rose. That's a vibrant rainbow, too. Holy. Is there a way to zoom in? I don't think so. I do not think so. I want to look west real quickly. Oh my gosh. What is that? What is that right there? What is this? Why are they walking in the middle of a rainstorm? I think that's a girl. About to get pelted with the most amount of hail. Hold up. Let's see. What is she doing? What is she doing? This donut. Get in the shelter. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the smart decision. Get closer to the water, you know, because, yeah, that's safe. That's very safe. She's still going. Hold up. Yeah, there she is on the side right there. I don't know what she's doing. I really don't know what she's doing. She's not being bright, I'll tell you that. Meanwhile, we have this thing. Is this actually rotating a little bit? He's taking pictures of the clouds. It's not that bright to do it now. Maybe like 5 or 10 minutes ago it would be right. Right now is not the best time to probably do it. All right, north high. Let's see, because the rotation's going to go right over the area here. Right over the camera. Yeah, now she's going back. She's retreating back. I don't know where she's going specifically, but she is definitely pacing. She's booking it, too. Look, all I gotta say is don't do that. Unless if you're me. Then you can try and, you know, shoot. You can try and run into the storm. Lowering, yeah, I'm watching this area right here. So we're gonna have something that goes right over our head here in a second. And I'm watching this specifically. Like this area over here. So we're gonna have to watch. Definitely gonna have to watch. We're gonna see spotty hail. Or at least that might be off to our north. Is that lightning? Yeah, you see all this white right within there? That's hail coming down now. Got video of a tree getting struck by lightning? Crazy. I haven't even got that. Or at least not a close-up. Yep, and the blinding rain comes in to where we can't see anything anymore. I'm actually going to look boardwalk east. And if there's a water spout, it's going to be right here soon. But I doubt there's going to be a water spout. Yeah, that's fine, Evo. Ocean City just got slapped by that storm, producing large hail. Very large hail. Over Ocean City right now. But just to the north of Ocean City is this storm that we're looking at. That's what we're looking at, Dawson. That's the storm that we're looking at that just passed on through. Regardless if it's rotating or not, it is officially moved offshore. Severe thunderstorm warning in Alberta? What? Severe thunderstorm. Just got issued 40 seconds ago. For what? Where? Claremont. Where's Claremont? Claremont? Vermont. Yeah, I've got no clue. I've got no clue. I've got no clue. Is Brooklyn gonna get anything? Just got a notification. I would assume that they're gonna get some showers and thunderstorms. There actually is a severe thunderstorm warning. But if we go to the full screen, well, actually, let's go half and half screen. So let's fix this over here real quickly. Delaware. There you go. Perfect. Delaware. All right, so there's your new severe thunderstorm warning that's for Long Island here. It's heading towards the Mineola and the Hempstead area as well as Freeport. So that's where it's currently at. NYC in itself is in the clear as of right now. They're fine. Jeez, that's crazy, Evo. That's like burnt. Jeez. But yeah, there's the severe thunderstorm warning. So finally there's a storm over here on Long Island. I'm actually curious here real quickly. I'm going to get sidetracked for 2 seconds just to see what the storm in Heightstown is doing. That's going to be heading off towards Long Island as well. Might even catch the southern portion of NYC too. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Mineola. I don't see too much. I think it's more strong damaging winds more than anything. Yeah, 60 mile per hour wind gust, penny-sized hail. Let's go back to Dover. The storm that has produced a bunch of hail is now moved ashore, or moved offshore, I should say. The storm that is near Ocean City is now sitting over Ocean City, so that's interesting. And then there's another cluster of storms behind this that is starting to develop. So that's another thing to note. Where is... What? There's the severe thunderstorm warning. For why? 61 on top of 43? What? This clearly makes sense. This is not in Delaware. That clearly makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Grand Prairie. Severe thunderstorm warning over there in Alberta. Severe thunderstorm watch 233. Where? Oh, Texas and Oklahoma. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That is really interesting. Okay, let's go half and half. And let's go back to these storms that are moving over Ocean City right now, even though the line just pushed on through. Let's push this back. Nice sky camera. Boardwalk South high view. That's not a bad view either. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go full to that. That's a pretty nice view. But I think we're gonna end it here soon, because I did say that by the time these storms move on through, shouldn't really be too much, so we can, or at least I can skedaddle. Ocean City, Maryland, or New Jersey? That would be Maryland. That would be Maryland. Tropical weather outlook has been issued? Really? Time for me to take a look. Oh. Uh. No dice, no dice. But yeah, it's a pretty nice view. I'm not gonna lie. Is there any way to take a 3D of a water spout? Not really. It's nothing but water, so it's not really picking up any other particles in the air to differentiate that it isn't rain. Do I think the line will weaken as it gets to Maine and around the Lewiston, Maine? Yeah, probably, George. More than likely it will weaken before it gets there, but you know. It'll still go anyways. GFS has gone crazy again? Bruh. Come on. You better stop. So formation of the tropical system still... What? What? Yeah, that clearly makes a lot of sense. Clearly not. Hey, listen, all I gotta say is we gotta really start watching this thing on Wednesday. Alright? Wednesday is gonna be the telltale sign for if we're gonna get anything or not. Gonna be completely honest with all of you. Alright, because for instance, the Euro, you know, unsurprisingly doesn't show anything unless if you're over here in the Bay of Campeche, and to which then it dies out. Okay? But the GFS develops it a little bit further to, should say, a little bit further to the east, right within here. So let's show you the GFS. Show you the GFS. And look at this. Yeah, classic hurricane. That's pretty fun. Do I watch AEW? Yeah, I do. Every now and then watch AEW. But that's the GFS, and then the Euro. It's very different. It develops the storm over here in the Bay of Campeche, and then it just dies out that way. So it's going to be really interesting. On Wednesday, it's going to be the time period to watch out for the most, because that's when everything is all coming together. Take a look at the 850 vorticity. I just don't believe it's going to form right over Central America. That doesn't make any sense if it does. It's got to be either the Atlantic or the Pacific. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, that's not legit. I don't anticipate it forming just like that. But, you know, we've seen stranger stuff. We've seen a lot stranger stuff. That's nice. Does it still show it passing over Florida into the Atlantic and then boomeranging back in the Carolinas? No, in this case, now it hits Mobile and Pensacola, and then it sits over the deep south until Kingdom Come. So that'll be pretty weird. What also is pretty weird is this pretty low-hanging cloud right there. It's pretty crazy. All right, let me take a look and see what's happening on radar with that once again. Try and see if I see anything, and I don't. So that's kind of the good news here. And I don't see anything on all the other storms, so I think we're good. I think we can depart here without anything extracurricular happening while we're gone. So if you guys have any other questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, in about 3 minutes, we're gonna head off. Got done with football. What has happened? A lot of strong, damaging winds, a storm that produced 3-inch sized hail in Maryland, and Canadian severe weather. That's what's happened. As I said in the beginning of the live stream, this might be the last live stream with this background here. This might be the last live stream I have with this background. So no more bed, no more door, no more stand. Got all sorts of stuff that we're expecting in the new room. What would have to happen for the hurricane to bring rain to New Mexico? Hypothetical, it'd have to cross into the Pacific and then move up the Baja California Peninsula all the way up. Otherwise, probably not. What do I do for fun when not reporting the weather? Either watch YouTube, play video games, or play hockey. There's a couple other stuff that I can do as well, but otherwise, those are the main things that I can think of when it comes to mind. That's pretty crazy. So were you, I guess you were chasing then? Progress? That's pretty cool. Glad you didn't get hurt or injured or whatnot. Listen, I only did that once, Dawson. That was only because the Rephosaurus was not being very bright. Any tornadoes that were sick? Not today. Alright, that looks to be pretty much it. Once again, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. I have a Discord server. Join in on that if you want to talk more about weather and stuff like that, because I do talk a lot about that on Discord. We have also a lot of other people over there that are pretty passionate about that as well. If you want to become a member, hit that join button down below, or if you are on iPhone, go on to Safari or Chrome and then do it that way. We are also almost at 33,100 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. You know, wouldn't have really thought that we would have gotten this far. But we're getting there. We're climbing. Remember, 71,008 subscribers is the goal. So for the people who have been here for a while, you know that that's the number that we are trying to strive for here. And who knows? If we get there before October, that would be pretty crazy too. But we're not getting there. It'll be next year when we probably get it, or if not, the end of the year. We can still try, as hard as we can to get it. But it is what it is. So, yeah, there's our subscriber goal. 71,008 subscribers. Got a plethora of it. So, pretty cool stuff. I think this is the shortest stream you've been to, probably. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. And I don't know if I'm gonna live stream tomorrow or not. I don't, but if I do, I do. If I don't, I'll make a video. So, regardless, I'm going to be posting some type of content for you all tomorrow. So, stay aware on the channel. That is not my zip code. But other than that, let's go to the ending screen. And let's play the right music this time. Hopefully we can play the right music. There it is. And, yeah. What's the meaning of the 71K with 8 extra subscribers? That's a number that's valuable to me, specifically. And when we get a little bit closer, I'll talk about that a little bit more, but we're still quite a ways away, so can't say too much. All right. That's going to be pretty much it for me. Jeez, I can't speak. Time for me to go to bed. I'm going to go die. I'll see you all next time. Peace out.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder. A twig the wood is sway in the wind.